So folks, I'm going to do one more check to see if we've got everyone from the attendee list set up the way we need. And then we can start. If there's anyone that needs to elevate someone, please let me know. I'm going to send a couple of chats out. All right, so can everyone hear me? My name's Kevin Flaherty, and it's 11 o'clock, and we're going to start this presentation. I believe that we have the presentation up and running. It's probably been sitting there the whole time. I just didn't notice. We have started the recording for the workshop. So we can start now. My name's Kevin Flaherty. I work for the Energy Division. I have a couple of co-hosts online now, most notably Marty Kurtovich, Steve Haynes, and Ed Charkovitz. I also have Shayla Funk, Alex Pineda, and Jordan Smith online. We're all staff working for the Public Utilities Commission, and this workshop is supposed to address orders and issues listed in open and closed proceedings at the Public Utilities Commission. Those proceedings are shared between Safety Policy Division and the Energy Division. So we have staff from both organizations. So let me just get into Marty's pointing out that Fred Haynes is also here. He works for Safety Policy Division. So let's start with these slides. There are a number that I'm going to cover here, and then we will cover a number that are from parties to the proceedings. So this workshop regards Decision 2001-002, which is a rate case decision. That proceeding called for workshops, and this is the fourth workshop from those orders. The other proceeding that this workshop pertains to is the rulemaking 2007-013, which has typically been called the SMAP, but the actual title for the proceeding is Risk-Based Decision-Making Framework. The workshop is supposed to go from 11 today until 4 o'clock. Galila, can you go to the next slide? So the basic outline for today's presentations are we're going to go over the agenda briefly, the purpose and some lessons learned from both Energy Division and Safety Policy Division. And then we'll do a couple items about the topics, and then we'll move on to presentations from parties with a brief closer. There will be plenty of opportunities for questions and comments, but there are designated times where we'll be doing questions and comments. So feel free to send messages via chat. Galila, let's go to the next slide here. This is the basic agenda for today's workshop. We'll start with a brief introduction, that's this, and then we will do what Judge ALJ Fogel, who's been running the SMAP proceeding, what she's been calling lessons learned. It's basically a topic overview, and those steps will be shared between Safety Policy Division and Energy Division. Kalila? So we have two proceedings that we are that this workshop is supposed to cover. The earliest proceeding is R1311006. That proceeding had to do with how the general rate case is handled, and it has commonly been called the rate case proceeding. The other proceeding came out of the rate case proceeding, and that's called the SMAP. Someone will have to remind me of the actual name for SMAP, Safety Modeling Assessment Proceeding. But I think that I sometimes get it wrong. The previous version of the SMAP took place between 2015 and 2019, and it closed with decision 1904020, and that created the SMAP settlement agreement. And actually, no, that's 18.12014. That's the settlement agreement, and D 19.04020 is the RSAR and metrics decision. Those two decisions created what is currently called the, and I don't have it in front of me, the risk-defined decision-making framework. So the current SMAP proceeding is now named after the risk-defined decision-making framework. And the purpose of this workshop is to improve integration between the things that came out of that decision, out of that proceeding, namely the risk assessment mitigation phase of the general rate case and the general rate case itself. And it's also, this workshop is also supposed to improve integration of GRC-related reporting, and finally, the risk spending accountability report. Another item that is called for in decision 2001-002 is that it's supposed to standardize the organization and format of the general rate case and RAMP filings. Let's move on to the next slide. So as an Energy Division staffer, I wrote up a couple of different items, and I referenced some of the different tracks from the current risk-defined framework. We're calling the risk-defined framework the RDF. When I say RDF, I'm referring to SMAP2, the second SMAP. So some of the things that we've learned is that while the SMAP, while the risk-defined framework was being developed, parties to the proceedings were partially informed, but the general public wasn't particularly well informed about how risks were evaluated. Since the settlement agreement has come online, there's been a noticeable uptick in interest and understanding of how the CPUC has made its decision-making process. So one thing I would note is that consensus amongst the parties has been particularly helpful, in my opinion, in making the risk-informed decision-making process work. And so one thing that I, as a staffer, would like to see is a little bit more consensus, because that kind of helps drive the decision-making process. Another item that Energy Division staffers have identified is that the RAMP, the risk, you guys are going to have to help me with this. Sometimes I get these wrong. The risk assessment modeling phase of the general rate case, the RAMP, doesn't often provide the same level of detail as what can be found in the general rate case. So for this point, it can be easily said that when RAMP provides descriptions for mitigations, risk mitigations, oftentimes the descriptions for those mitigations are really detailed. And when they are found in the general rate case, the level of detail is greatly different. Sometimes general rate case chapters and or testimony will be really lack detail. And in the same exact chapter of testimony, there will be extremely detailed descriptions for mitigations or activities. And what I found is that in the course of reviewing general rate cases, this sometimes hampers decision-making or can make decision-making more complicated. Another thing that Energy Division staff have identified is that standardizing units of work for risk spending accountability reports can be hampered by general rate case organization. When a general rate case approves funding, in some cases, the funding will be attached to work units or units of work to be done. For instance, a general rate case may call for a lot of work to be done on pipelines, gas pipelines, which is my background. Sometimes those gas pipelines, sometimes that authorization requires a certain number of miles be done for the amount of money that's being approved. Whereas in other chapters, there may be no requirement that a certain amount of work be done. So when it comes time to do an accountability report, which is the term for the accountability report we're using is the RSAR. When the accountability reports come in, sometimes there are work units associated with costs, and sometimes there are none. And when it's finally time for Energy Division staff to review those accountability reports, we found that it's kind of hard to do comparisons between costs to determine whether or not everything is being done properly. So one thing that staff would love to see is a better description or definition of how work units are defined. Previous conversations about this amongst parties have been really difficult to come up with a consensus because there is no way to identify, there's no perfect unit of work. With the next point on this slide, every utility is organized differently. So Sempra's utilities, there are two of them. One is a very large gas utility, and the other is an integrated mixed utility with electric and gas. PG&E is very similar in that it's a very large gas utility. It's also a very large electric utility, and there's some other items like generation and nuclear in there. Because of the way that these utilities are organized, it's really hard to organize data requests and or the discovery process. One of the items that came out of the SMAP settlement agreement is a mismatch of how programs or mitigations are defined. Sometimes mitigations cross over multiple chapters of testimony. Oftentimes programs have a very low-level description and can be applied to just about anything. And this workshop is in some ways meant to come up with an understanding of how to define programs or mitigations better. With this next item on the slide, the CPUC needs to decide how they intend to use risk spend efficiency data in how they consider funding risk reduction activities. Presently, the funding of risk reduction activities is just linked to the ramp itself, and the risk spend efficiencies that go into the ramp aren't really used as a consideration. When general rate cases consider ramp funding, the risk spend efficiency could potentially be useful in that discussion. The final item on our slide here is about the ramp filing. Initially, it includes public participation and CPUC oversight, but the modeling results are often updated before they're presented in the general rate case. And this could potentially be problematic because when the ramp is initially provided to the public, the numbers that are in there, the cost estimates, are usually much different from what you'll find in the general rate case because they can't be accurate. They're several years in advance. Another item that will come in the ramp are mitigations that are in some ways aspirational, not necessarily what will happen 3 years ahead of time. So when the public gets a chance to look at those filings, they tend to be a little bit different from what ends up in the general rate case. And normally, the public concept of this, or the way that we here in this proceeding would conceive of this, it's usually acceptable, since most of the time it ends up in the general rate case testimony and is reviewed anyway. However, as the modeling, as the costs exist in the ramp, when they are reviewed in the ramp, the public's initial look at it is not the same as the final run of the ramp. And I think it's something that the public needs to see or understand a little bit better. The ramp may potentially be run as many as 2 times in the course of the proceeding, and the final run of the ramp is what ends up in the general rate case. And I'm hoping that this workshop and the working groups that come afterwards will have an opportunity to discuss how the ramp is run multiple times in the course of the proceeding being run. Galila, can you move on to the next slide? So these are this is the lessons learned slide from Safety Policy Division, and Marty Kurtovich will give us a little rundown on this slide. Marty?
Sure, thanks, Kevin. So a lot of this feedback is based on my experience last year working on an SCE GRC proceeding and advising the two judges on that proceeding. It is based not only on the GRC application, but also written testimony and the evidentiary hearings. And what this slide's basically saying is, I thought that in light of what Kevin has said, SCE actually altered that, and I don't know if it was because of the settlement agreement, but they did take the feedback that we gave them on their ramp and incorporated it into their GRC. And they, in fact, the second chapter of their application talks specifically about their risk approach, how it's reflected in the GRC, and included a roadmap from the ramp to the GRC. So to me, it was a turning point in SMAP, you might say, in that they heard what the staff and interveners said in the ramp proceeding. They incorporated it into their application, and as a result, both the testimony and the evidentiary hearings were much more productive, and I think the judges in particular were very appreciative of all the contributions that were given both by interveners and the utility, because it kind of gave a benchmark and a baseline to talk to. And one of the key things that was different that Kevin, you talked about, was they changed the model, but the fact was SCE's modeling capability ramped up very quickly between when they submitted a ramp report and when they submitted their application, and appropriately they updated their risk modeling. And basically, for those of you familiar with wildfire risk modeling, they adopted and incorporated the REACT model, produced a wildfire risk curve for all 10,000 miles of circuit miles of distribution system in the high fire threat areas, and that gave a baseline for both the utility and interveners, staff, and ALJs to have a conversation about where the risk is, how are they addressing it, how the different proposed mitigations between grid hardening and situational awareness and PSPS, how that affected that wildfire risk curve. So I felt that it could have the potential to be a good template, or at least a starting point for this proceeding, looking at what we want to use as a template for GRC applications in particular, because it seems like at least one utility has already found a solution that seems very workable and could be applicable to the two other major IOUs. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. You're muted.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I noticed that I was muted a little late. Okay, Marty, thanks for that. And I'm hoping, Marty, that you and I will be able to handle any inconsistencies going forward. Obviously, this workshop is a party-driven discussion, but Marty and I are supposed to be the substantive hosts to the workshop. So I will be the go-to person for rates-related stuff, and Marty will be the go-to person for safety policy stuff. Let me just take a sip of this. So the next set of the discussion from here will go into what the topics for this workshop will specifically go over. As I was saying, this workshop pertains to the rulemaking 2007-013, and I want to thank Marty for giving me the specific language for this proceeding, the risk-based decision-making framework, previously known as the SMAP. And going forward, I intend to continue calling it SMAP. But what I'll say is we've already had 2 workshops in the SMAP, tracks 1 and 2. The risk-based, the rate case plan has also had several workshops. This is the 4th of those workshops. So the rate case plan has had workshops 1 through 3 so far. A lot of that has to do with the general rate case and how it's filed. This workshop is special in that it has to do with how the ramp is filed and how other general rate case related items are filed. And then, of course, how some of the items from those processes end up in the general rate case. So we're carrying out both things that have to do with the rate case plan as well as the risk-based decision-making framework in OIR 2007-013. So the previous 2 tracks were very very heavily safety related. This item is both safety and rate making related, and there are several items that I think we should go over here. So track 3 has to do with integrating between the ramp and general rate case. Can we move on to the next slide, Galila? So the 6 topics in this track.
Kevin,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Galila from CPUC Energy Division. You have a comment from Henry Burton. Safety performance metrics are track 2.
Yes, one thing I noticed is that last slide is incorrect. That's
okay.
why I have us on the topics on this slide. Yeah, that last slide I think has a typo that I didn't catch. So that's why I'm going over this here. There are 6 topics covered in this track, and it mostly has to do with relationships between the ramps, general rate cases, and the RSARs, the Risk Spending Accountability Reports. There are 3 items in track 3 that are larger related items. Cost tracking. The second item is rate case plan requirements to be updated, and then the final item in track 3 are ramp clarifications and refinements. What we'll be dealing with over the next half hour or so has to do with just track 3AI. After that, we'll deal with track 3AII, and then the other two, track 3AIII and IV. Track 3A pertains to cost tracking, risk reductions, and terms or processes that relate to the ramps, general rate cases, or the accountability reports. These 4 different items are tightly related, but the one that probably is the biggest item that we have to deal with today in this area of track 3A is risk mitigation and cost presentation standards, and how specifically how ramp items show up in the general rate case and how they affect or relate to non-ramp items. After lunch today, we'll talk about merging the accountability reports. We have an official accountability report, the risk spending accountability report, and then we have some other accountability reports that are not related to the SMAP or risk-based decision-making framework. And then later on, we'll also be talking about potential redundancies between each of the processes, and then how general rate cases that are resolved via settlement agreement should be addressed. From there, later on today, after the break, we'll talk about rate case plan requirements that need to be updated, and then finally, at the end of the workshop, we'll talk about ramp clarifications and or refinements. And Henry, thanks for pointing out that there's an inconsistency here. If anyone sees any other inconsistencies, feel free to send us a chat message. Galila, can we move to the next slide? As I was saying earlier, this section of the discussion pertains to risk mitigation and cost presentation and how to standardize those. A couple of weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, Energy Division staff and SPD staff sent out a proposal that this workshop should talk about specific things and seek consensus on certain things. The first one here is we propose that IOUs present a unified method for identifying ramp mitigations within the general rate case. As I was saying earlier, ramp mitigations sometimes tend to be more detailed than general rate cases, but they also come with chapter headings, chapter numbers, and other things that are distinct from general rate cases. Another item that staff has identified for this proposal is that IOUs should commit to presenting activities in the same manner in both the general rate case and ramp. And while there has been some developments in the past several ramps on this front, basically GRC and ramp integration, there's room for more. Finally, for this section of the workshop, we need to, staff believe that the SMAP should develop guidelines to identify common elements between the ramp and GRC. And then finally, ramp information should be matched specifically to the subsequent GRC. And I believe that it's Chris Vias. Chris Vias, you're going to be presenting the next few slides. Is that correct?
That's correct, Kevin.
I wanted to check with you before you started. Do we need anyone else to be elevated just in case you need some help?
We're all set on that front right now. Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chris. I'll hand it over to you. You can continue.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is doing well. And on behalf of SCE, we really appreciate the chance to have this ongoing dialogue with all the stakeholders on these important subjects. And before I start on the slide, I want to particularly thank Marty, Kevin, and their team for hosting this and doing all of the details necessary to coordinating it. It's very much appreciated. So to begin here, we wanted to talk a little bit about when we're trying to standardize in the ramp, what are the challenges that are faced there, and how do those compare to challenges that are found when we try to standardize in the GRC. In an earlier rate case plan proceeding workshop, we specifically discussed in great detail standardization within the GRC, and of course there are common components there between the two submissions in terms of the items that they're addressing. And so, again, taking parties back to the rate case plan proceeding, or RCP workshop number 2, there the parties really extensively discussed how GRCs really the showing that each utility makes or is organized in its broad strokes around the actual business structure and business lines of the IOU. And as has been pointed out both today by Kevin and earlier in these proceedings, there are some real differences there. A simple example is SCE, other than a small component out at Catalina, has no gas business. And so that's a fundamental difference between the Sempra utilities and PG&E on the one hand and SCE on the other hand. The IOUs would also like to note that when this was raised in the rate case plan workshop, the differences between the IOU's business structure and how it leads to certain differences in how the IOUs organize their GRC presentations to make it the most visible, most transparent, and the most efficient and effective according to their own business structure and business lines. In the context of the rate case plan workshop on the GRC, the IOUs noted that they had not received any feedback that differences in the organization amongst the IOUs actually presented any barrier to any stakeholder assessing the utility showing or efficiently finding items within the showing. And when that was presented by the IOUs, no stakeholder raised any concern or dispute with that. And so then turning now to map that over to the ramp, there are some similar challenges in trying to standardize ramps again across IOUs, although we recognize that there's good reasons to be having this discussion to see if it's something that is reasonably feasible. Again, as with the GRC, the IOUs have different organizations, different business lines, assess certain enterprise risks differently as a result of things such as whether you own a gas business or not. There are different proposed controls that IOUs have. Different IOUs are in different places along a continuum of making progress with regard to certain risk mitigation efforts. And there is also just differences in the way funding approvals may be sought in the sense of how much an IOU is for that particular GRC cycle, feeling that it needs to be prioritizing funding approval of a given area versus another area, because recognizing the IOUs know that certain difficult decisions have to be made not only by the IOU and what it proposes, but by the Commission and what it authorizes. And we'd also note as a more technical matter, the actual mechanism to compare when you go ramp to GRC, it's rather tied to unique accounting systems that each IOU has, and to try and standardize it across there might actually lead to distortions or make it less easy to see. The IOUs feel the most important thing is when an IOU's ramp and GRC are examined and the integration between them is examined, that be an effective work product in and of itself. And that's what's most important for all the other stakeholders, is that it be a showing that is efficiently presented, effectively presented, and transparently presented. We do agree, the IOUs, that the presentation of the ramp should be generally consistent with the GRC to the extent it is reasonably possible. But it's very important to consider the context of these two items. Per the Commission, funding is not sought in the ramp, and reasonableness of either the mitigations that the utility has selected, the reasonableness of whether that chosen mitigation is the reasonable and prudent one from amongst the alternatives that were considered by the utility, and the reasonableness of the cost estimates that the utility presents in order to carry out that mitigation, and the approximate timeline the utility may disclose on how fast it's going to be operating to get that mitigation in and get that risk addressed via the mitigation. All of those items, reasonableness is not passed on in the ramp. And so as a result, the ramp also, though, as Kevin had pointed out earlier, sometimes you see a lot of very detailed risk analysis because you're focusing so hard on that mitigation in the ramp. Then in the GRC, which is, of course, about all of the company's activities, operations, and capital efforts, you may have sometimes, for some utilities, a little bit more abbreviated there because the showing is one that is not specific to, in SCE's case, the 9 top safety risks, but the GRC showing is very much about all of the utility's operations and activities. A look at the entire panoply of what the utility hopes to accomplish and why in the test year and in the attrition years. So you may have some differences in granularity, level of detail, types of work papers, level of work papers, and the types of justifications. Utilities will focus very hard in the rate case on justifying for funding purposes. And while justification is presented in RAMP, it is not justification with the level of saying, I need to prove it here or else I will not get the money. I will have failed in meeting my burden of proof. Dalila, could we please have the next slide? And just want to also note in a little bit more detail that each of the IOUs do currently provide significant testimony and roadmap type work product that details the integration between their RAMP and the GRC. Each of the IOUs, may place it in a slightly different way based on how their showing is, but in all 3 cases, the parties are getting a very detailed integration roadmap and look. For example, in our GRC, SCE provided very detailed and specific testimony and work papers in our test year 2021 GRC application that specifically addressed how we integrated RAMP into the GRC. We had that in a central place. We also had it in each and every one of our testimony exhibits and subparts of the exhibits so that parties could see that very clearly, both on a central, on a roadmap, and on a specific basis. So a given witness or analyst for a stakeholder, let's say hypothetically they were looking carefully at infrastructure replacement or their responsibilities were compensation, they would see in the specific testimony exhibits the RAMP integration and as needed reconciliation. I will give some time at the end of this slide for the other utilities to speak as they see fit, but I'll just briefly go over that PG&E in its most recent GRC showing provided a map from the RAMP to the GRC that did translate how mitigation and control programs are incorporated into the GRC. And the Sempra utilities served testimony that provided a clear roadmap of RAMP-related costs, a dedicated chapter on RAMP to GRC integration, and additional testimony and work papers to delineate more specifically RAMP cost estimates. I speak on behalf of all the IOUs in saying that we will continue to provide this detailed information on how mitigations and controls and estimates are incorporated into the GRC, and we always welcome parties' feedback on how we might do better and be more transparent and be more visible in this. I'd like to welcome questions and comments, but before that, I'd like to just turn it over to my colleagues from the Sempra Utilities and PG&E if there's anything else they wish to say with regard to the details of this slide.
Thanks, Chris. This is Jamie York from the Sempra Utilities. I don't have anything to add. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jamie.
And Chris, this is Ken. Nothing to add. Thank you for the presentation.
Thanks so much for confirming that. I appreciate it. And that concludes my slides for this this portion of the workshop. And so welcome questions or thoughts from the stakeholders here.
Hey, Chris, this is Marty Kurtovich. I had a question for you.
Sure.
So it sounds like that the 3 utilities, they agree that they have different operations and, you can't compare apples to oranges to bananas. So would one outcome of this proceeding be that there are 3 separate templates for the RAMP to GRC integration, and they are tailor-made for each utility. So there's a PG&E template, an SCE template, and an SDG&E template to bypass some of the issues you raised.
Sure. I'm not sure that we would have a specific template that would go GRC to GRC simply because there may be changes that the utility makes based on feedback and how it presents its GRC. And Marty, I'll give you a very specific example. SCE heard the feedback in prior GRCs it received that perhaps by having things strictly laid out, here's O&M, here's capital, OU by organization, it sometimes made it less visible for parties and stakeholders as to how the work was actually getting done. Because in the modern age, a lot of times it's a very cross-functional effort to get the work done. And that might be more useful to show within the GRC according to how the work is actually getting accomplished, rather than the stakeholder having to say, okay, I'm reading in the customer service part of SCE showing, and now I'm cross-referenced over to transmission and distribution, and then for another part of it, I'm having to go over to the regulatory side, and instead have it all in one place. So we fundamentally, in our test year 2021 GRC, Marty, we changed the way in which we presented our showing. And we've received some very decent feedback on our attempt there and what we tried to do for the parties. If a party is going to make such a change, it stands to reason that it's possible that the ramp that might accompany it a year in advance of such a GRC application might also have a little bit of a change. I think we might be able to look at what we might in broad strokes be able to do as a template for the utilities or for each utility. But in terms of getting down to something more specific, I think we have to be careful about the tail wagging the dog. The important thing is that the utility presents it in a way that is most transparent and useful for the commission and for the stakeholders. I welcome colleagues on that.
Follow up. One of the major changes in the last couple of years has been the development of the wildfire mitigation planning process. That has a template that I believe is uniform across all three major IOUs. How do you consider that a similar type of process as what we're talking about in SMAP? And if so, why doesn't that model work in SMAP?
I think that the WMP is and I want to be, I'm not the lawyer for WMP for SCE, but it has a sort of strong implementation aspect to it. But we would welcome discussion, Marty, on what might be useful. As I touched on in my earlier slide, for purposes of GRC standardization, when we looked at these specific issues in this specific sort of context, should it be standardized across IOUs, et cetera, we received no feedback that parties were having any issue or difficulty. And we received no such issue or surfacing that any party was having such difficulty when SCE had its RAMP OII following its filing of its RAMP showing in 2018. So we're very happy to have that discussion, but I think it would be to address specific concerns rather than saying there should be standardization. We'd need to know what is most useful to be standardized, and then I think we can look at what we can do to be most helpful in that regard.
Chris, I'm under the thanks a lot, Marty. Chris, I'm under the impression that the working group would be a place for this to be further developed if it needs to be. I definitely see. I want you to know that I've seen some evolution going on in the filings. I'm a gas person, so I've spent a lot more time on SoCal Gas's stuff. But and even there, I would say there's been a lot of development in terms of what we saw in Sempra's first filing versus their more recent one. So we've seen some development, we've seen some gains, but I'm under the impression that interveners are going to have questions about this, and that's kind of why we put this slide in. When we did our check-in last week, interveners indicated if you could just give us a moment to talk about each track. So this is kind of where we are now. Obviously, if an intervener, if a party to the proceeding that's a panelist right now wanted to say something earlier, they would have. But Sure. I see Katie has come up on the screen now. If Turn or Cal Advocates has anything to say, or any of the other interveners have something to say, and they're not panelists, please let us know and we'll elevate you. Katie, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up that in general, for Turn at least, what matters most for us is that there's clarity and a clear path between the ramp and the GRC. So as long as those clear connections are being made in the GRC, that is sufficient for us. The thing that I'm going to say a lot today is that the ramps and the RSEs are another piece of information that can be used to justify a budget request in the GRC. So it behooves the utilities to make it clear how we can go from what has been identified as a major risk to how we're funding mitigations of that risk, because it should, if done correctly, underlie or provide a strong justification for their request. So,
Katie, this is Chris. Thank you for your comment. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I think I tried to say it a couple of different ways in my presentation. The important thing is for stakeholders, critically including Turn, that the product, and if we mean product, ramp, GRC, and the integration between them, if we think of that as one overall product, it's important that that product be transparent and effective, and that the utility be held to account for making sure that that is effective. We received, as Marty indicated in the slide he presented, some very positive feedback on what we did in that regard, and it was really aimed at making sure that that product specifically was helpful and useful and made progress in being better, and hopefully will be even better next time around.
That's all I have on this issue.
Thanks a lot, Katie. I know that Chris Parks is a panelist here. I can't think of any other interveners that have expressed an interest in discussing. I know that Henry Burton is also on. Does Cal Advocates have anything to say about this segment?
So this is Chris. I mean, in some ways, this overlaps a little bit of what's in our presentation later on, but I would say not to a great degree. I would just say that, as this presentation was presented, and we heard from Energy Division and with Safety Policy Division, a lot of those points make a lot of sense. And so, but in terms of adding on, I don't have anything specific to say. I know that Henry suggests that we would agree with what Turn just said, and but it does seem like if there were, especially when it comes to a template that even if it wasn't something that could be used across all utilities, because of the differences, that there could be a minimum set of components that would be applicable to all utilities, and that there would be value to everyone in that regard. So that's really all I would add at this point.
Okay. So it looks like maybe this segment will conclude a little early. Unless, Henry, did you have anything to add?
I don't have a lot to add. I agree with Katie and what Chris just said. For us, the most important thing is being able to clearly follow the connections between the analysis in SMAP and the identification of risks all the way through to the funding and the work being completed, right? So for us, the important thing is being able to see the full chain so that the work that's done in the SMAP and the ramp leads to work getting completed through the GRC and actual improvements in safety. As Chris said, I don't know that maybe you don't need to have a single template for all the utilities, but there should be a clear set of connections and alignment within the same utility.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's if that's, I feel like most of us have had our the thing to say, so I feel like if anyone else has anything to say, then let me know. But I think now is a good time to say that it's lunchtime. So if you need to put your head down and take a nap for a little bit, or anything else, this is the time to do it.
Can I say something real quick? Can you guys hear me?
Who's speaking?
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect
Hi,
Our
Melinda.
Communities.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no, I'm watching you guys and just I'm doing the audio by phone, but I just wanted to. A couple of times people have said that nobody spoke up, and like that has some sort of significance, and I just wanted to make clear that if I don't say something, it doesn't mean I agree with everything that's been said. I often like to think things all the way through before making a statement. So I just want to be clear that just because we're here and participating and paying attention, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're agreeing with everything that has been said.
And to piggyback on that, Melinda, I just wanted everyone else to know that this is just the beginning of the conversation. Once the workshop report comes out in 1 month's time, then we will have further discussions in a working group, because the judge, the commission, the commissioner, we all want to have something on paper that comes out of this track of the scope. Maybe not a decision on every item, but we definitely need to have a certain level of consensus before the judge is able to make any decisions. So, Melinda, thanks for pointing out that the things that we're talking about here, this is a discussion, and as we move forward, there will be a greater imperative to come up with consensus or decisions, but that hasn't taken place just yet. Melinda, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No, just that clarification.
Okay, thanks. So as I was saying earlier, we were scheduled to start lunch at 12:15, but but we will definitely come back at 1. So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a longer lunch. So I will get back on at like 12:55 or so, but I'm going to leave my computer running, and I would suggest that you do so too, just to make sure that all your settings continue to be the same way. Just put yourself on mute and close your video down.
Hi, Kevin. Did you call me earlier, or it was by mistake?
Oh, I didn't. Did someone else call you?
Okay. Maybe.
Hey, Kevin, this is Alex. Do we want to start at the top of the hour?
Yeah, that's about a minute and a half away.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify that we'll be starting right away and not pausing to wait for people, or if you want to wait, if anybody in particular is not back yet.
Yeah, well, we can, I guess we could ask now. A little distracted, sorry. Looks like there's just one person whose video is showing up. Let's see what our participant list looks like. There's my chat, but where's my participant list? There it is.
I'm back. I'm just going to have my video off. This is Katie.
Hi, Katie. Hi, Jamie. So I want to start by asking Kim and Ken if we have everyone we need. Obviously, Kim, Ken, you two will be speaking. But for the next few minutes, if it turns out you need someone from your group to support you, just let us know, and we can elevate them from the attendee list.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect approach. Thank you, Kevin.
Okay. So we have some principles here. I'm under the impression that Chris is on. Looks like Marty's there. So I think we can continue now. I just want to apologize to some people that may have sent me messages in the last 20 minutes. I see that you've sent me a message, and obviously it's not pressing, so I will get back to you in the next few minutes. I know you guys are on, so let me just arrange my screens here. Galila, can we go back one? All right, great. So we'll go back. So we're going to continue with track 3. We're still working on track 3A. And this next section is track 3A II. And it pertains to accountability reporting. So what just to reconstruct what this workshop is about. This workshop is meant to integrate activities pertaining to the general rate case. The general rate case is dictated by the rate case plan, which for the most part, it originates from D1412025. 14-12025. I've always called that the rate case plan, but we have a more recent version of the rate case plan decision. But 14-12025 basically created 3 different things: the RAMP, SMAP, and the risk spending accountability reports. The SMAP is a proceeding to basically define the rules for how RAMP and risk spending accountability reports work, and so that decision kind of dictates how everything works, and the SMAP kind of basically laid out the framework, and when it passed 2 different decisions, correct me if I'm wrong, it's decision 1812014 and subsequently D1904020. Those 2 decisions laid out how the RAMP and the accountability reporting will play out. We've already talked a little bit about the RAMP and how it integrates into the general rate case. Now we're going to talk about accountability reporting. For the most part, the accountability reports have been just working their way through the process dictated by 1904-020. But there still are some inconsistencies and shortcomings to sort out. So this section of the workshop is to discuss that. There are 4 different things in the staff proposal to go over here. Mostly this regards other accountability reports. And I know that Kim and Ken have a list. The staff proposal also has a list of different reports that can be integrated. And so there are 4 different items to cover. The first is to consider merging existing spending accountability reports with the risk spending accountability report that is defined in 1904-020. The next is to propose methods for inputting authorized costs and work completed. The third item is for IOUs to reference work paper description activities in their variance explanations. And then finally, the IOUs should identify activities with no funding as canceled or deferred. Some of these items might be a little hard to understand, and I know that Ken and Kim will spend some time discussing it. When it comes to inputting authorized costs and work completed, there are roughly three different ways that authorized costs show up in the accountability reports. The first way is when they are authorized by the general rate case decision. However, they aren't always explicitly authorized by activity. So utilities have been either budgeting or imputing costs. And these two methods are usually described in the accountability reports. But in the course of reviewing the accountability reports, staff have noticed that interveners specifically, but the public in general, and staff have had a hard time tracing how costs are imputed or how budgeted costs show up in the reports. And so that's what item number 2 here is about. Basically coming up with a grand method or a general method standard for how this is done. One item that has shown up in the course of reviewing accountability reports is that variance explanations don't always explicitly call out work paper descriptions for each activity. So an accountability report may describe a variance, a cost overage, a project that spent too much or too little money, but they may not actually describe what activities that project is supposed to do. And the accountability report does come with descriptions for those activities. And so this item in the workshop proposal asks for a method for referencing that or for explicit reference. And then the final item is, it often happens that line items in the accountability reports will show no cost, no spending, but will not be called out as either canceled or deferred in the report. And this item in the workshop asks that IOUs come up with a way that IOUs explicitly identify those activities. Galila, can you move forward one? So now I'm going to introduce the different panelists that will be discussing Track 3A, Jamie York, Kim Chang, and Ken Arnold. I believe, Kim, you're going to be starting? All right, I'll give it up to you there, Kim.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can hear you.
All right, perfect. And so as prompted by the staff proposal, the IOUs have considered the merging of existing spending accountability reports. Next slide, please. And so what you see here are a list of the additional reports that are related to our risk spending accountability activities. Specifically, we submit these gas spending accountability reports below related to gas operations activities. Included in the chart are a brief description and the directives that require their submission. PG&E currently provides 2 reports, one related to our distribution system and one related to our transmission and storage system. As you may have recalled, as part of the rate case plan decision, our GT&S proceeding is now a part of the GRC. Previously, they were separate reports as they were part of different proceedings. SDG&E has a similar report for the gas transmission and distribution activities, and SoCalGas has a similar report related to their transmission, distribution, and storage systems. And so these are the reports that are being considered for merging into the RSAR for consistent reporting. Next slide, please. And so what the IOUs are proposing to do is to retire the previously mentioned gas report and include the gas operations program information into the RSAR, utilizing the existing RSAR standards and thresholds. This aligns and ensures consistency amongst the different programs and the different reports. Information presented into the RSAR will be consistent with all other RSAR programs that are currently being reported under that structure. Additional information not otherwise in the RSAR would be removed with the retirement of the other gas reports. While there are PU code requirements that guide the submission of these reports, these can be met through the RSAR and RAMP reports. And if you go to the next slide, please. And so listed on this slide are the PU codes applicable to gas reporting. The first code, PU code 9585, is the one that requires a gas transmission and safety storage report and is not required to be a separate report. The description and explanation of the strategic planning and decision-making process can be achieved through the RSAR for the gas transmission and storage system. Separately, the second listed item is PU code 591. It's currently being satisfied for PG&E through the GT&S report and the RSAR. And so if we were to merge the reports, both that PU code can be satisfied through the single RSAR. And if our proposal is adopted, both PU codes can be achieved through that single RSAR. So I'm going to break. I think that's kind of at a high level what the IOUs have come together with as the proposals for the consolidation of the report. The next slide will be covered by Ken Arnold. Ken, are you there?
I am, Kim. Thank you. Give me 1 second. Let me start my video. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kim. I am presenting on Section 3A II, Visibility on Safety Spending. There are 4 questions here on this slide, and the IOUs were asked to think about them: improving imputed authorized costs, relating authorized costs for work done, providing clarity into where a reader can find that information in the RAMP and or GRC, and identify canceled or deferred work. And I think Kevin touched on those in his introduction. The first 2 questions here, I think, tie together and show that the RSAR is already a well-established report and provides a lot of the information requested on this slide and for this discussion. First, when we talk about IOUs providing imputed costs in the annual RSAR report, PG&E, we do provide, as part of that report, an appendix that provides an explanation on how the imputed regulatory values are calculated. So that is a part of the RSAR. And to the extent that the question is asking about imputed values connected to our RAMP filing, just to be clear, and I think this is represented what's on our slide, is that the IOUs intend, and I know PG&E intends to provide risk and mitigation information in our next RSAR. So that is to say, we do provide how the imputed amounts are calculated, and we do connect them to the reports we're talking about here today, you know, the kind of seamless engagement between the RSAR, GRC, and the RAMP filings. The second point is relate authorized costs for work done. The RSAR does provide this, provides a yearly comparison of imputed values versus actuals, including where appropriate units with variance explanations. And then the third point, reference work papers and variance explanations. The RSAR, speaking for PG&E, does provide this. However, the IOUs are definitely open for discussion on how we can improve general accessibility from the RSAR to the other report. So for instance, in the 29 RSAR, there are references to, I think, the prior two GRCs and applicable testimony. So that exists, but I think the discussion can be had on how we can improve for accessibility. And lastly, I think the fourth point, when we talk about authorized activities that are canceled or deferred, our point in the slide specifically, based on the 2017 SMAP decision, this information will be included in the upcoming RSAR. We included that there, and that's the expectation. So ultimately, for my presentation, I think what we're trying to convey is that the RSAR does provide a lot of the information here and does so sufficiently. Hopefully I'm not on mute.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the slide to move forward. So, Kim, thank you for your discussion of the topic. I didn't add a questions or comments slide here because I figure we could probably talk about everything in 3A 2 through 4 at the end, because as we can see here, there are no topics for consideration from the IOUs for this item. So Galila, if you wouldn't mind moving us forward one more. And then this item is, I believe, going to be short because it'll just be Jamie talking with one slide. So I would ask attendees and panelists to just wait until the end of 3A to have any questions regarding the first item, 3A II. Jamie?
Thanks, Kevin. Can you hear me? Good. Hopefully.
I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm going to cover, well, first of all, I'm Jamie York. I represent both SoCalGas and SDG&E. And this next topic is really about settlements and how that may or may not jive with the RSAR and ramp reporting requirements. So first of all, I wanted to express that we see value in GRCs that result in settlements. And we certainly would not want to create additional requirements that would hinder parties' ability for reaching those settlements in GRCs. We also recognize that there are rules in the CPUC's Rules of Practice and Procedure that defines the requirements related to settlements. So, for example, there's a requirement to submit settlements through motions and also include comparison exhibits when doing so. So there's already pre-existing mechanisms in place that include desirable information for settlements. But we also recognize that now there are accountability requirements for which certain information is needed. And therefore, as you see here on the slide, the IOUs believe and are not opposed to further discussions to establish guidelines related to information to support ramps and accountability reporting. But it is our position that such guidelines don't really need to come up with anything new and can leverage existing processes. If parties take such considerable efforts to settle on detailed information to support ramps and RSARs, as you see here, we believe that the CPUC should also provide that level of detail. And then as you see on the bottom, notwithstanding all of the things that we just discussed, we acknowledge that it may be that still some imputing in RSARs is needed and may be required as we go forward. So Kevin, that's all I had on this one. I can open it for questions or to my other utility colleagues.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Jamie, thank you for speaking on this topic. The settlement agreement issue was something that I remember staff bringing up when the Bear Valley Electric settlement went through, because Bear Valley is really small and they only had one number in their settlement, which, you know, admittedly, Bear Valley is small enough to constitute maybe half of one of Sempra's chapters in their general rate cases. So having one work paper to cover their 3 transformers and 4 distribution lines is enough. But if you were to scale Bear Valley Electric's settlement into something as big as Edison, for instance, having one number to describe the entire GRC is not sufficient. So this is kind of seen as a backstop to just reiterate, you know, everyone's commitment to accountability. So thank you, Jamie. I wanted to just point out that Commissioner Rechtschaffen is now a panelist, and he may want to say a few things about Track 3A. So I would want to advance to the next slide, which kind of requests intervener input. But let's hear, Cliff, if you want to say some words now about Track 3A, now would be a great time to do so.
No, Kevin, thank you very much, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to get the panelists earlier on when I joined, but no, I'm fine listening. I think it's a helpful discussion. So if I feel the need to say something, I'll raise my hand and jump right in.
Okay, thanks a lot, Commissioner Rechtschaffen. Galila, can we move to the next slide?
Yeah, Kevin, before we move on, I see Melinda Dickinson raising her hand.
Oh, okay.
Can the host unmute her, please? If she has a question.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to have my hand up. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's great. Well, regardless, Galila, I guess I can do it, huh? Can I? Oh, there we go. You already did it. Okay. So now, as we were requested, this is not only is it an opportunity for interveners to speak, but it's kind of more of a more open forum. But I see Katie has come on with her video. So, Katie, do you have something to say about? We're specifically covering Track 3A, II through IV.
We actually don't have much to add to what the utilities have said. I just wanted to underscore again that it is really important for the RSAR reports, the risk spending accountability reports, to include not just budgets, but units, because both are extraordinarily important for understanding the progress that has been made towards identified targets and the work that has been done. That's all I have.
Okay. I'm just looking through the chat to see if there's anything else. I see Chris is on screen too. Chris, did you have anything to say about these 3 tracks?
Yeah, if I could just ask a couple questions on the slides, and if I could go back to slide, let's say 17. So these, I believe, are based on in the PUC code segments, sections that are in a subsequent slide. And if I understand that right, PG&E could perhaps let me know about that. But are these reports now are done, if I understand it correctly, for the PUC codes, and the proposal here is to merge those into the risk spend accountability reports? Is that correct?
Yes, and so to first clarify, there are the 2 PUC codes that were previously mentioned. The first one, which is PU code 958.5, relates to the gas transmission and storage compliance report for PG&E, the gas transmission and distribution safety report for SDG&E, and the gas transmission, distribution, and storage safety report for SoCalGas. And there is no PU code related to the gas distribution pipeline safety report for PG&E. I believe that one came out of the GRC, as gas distribution is also a part of the RSR currently. So what the proposal is that we utilize the RSR as the single mechanism to meet the PU code requirements. And so any narrative that is required by that PU code 958.5 can be met through the RSR.
Okay, and currently the RSARs are reviewed by the Energy Division. Is that correct?
Chris, I'll answer that. Yes, the RSARs are reviewed by Energy Division. We look at these other reports, but we don't provide any sort of public comment or public response, or even acknowledge that we received them. The other reports, not the RSAR, we make we publish a review of the risk spending accountability reports.
Sure, and I guess what I was just trying to understand in my own mind was, I believe the PU codes have them specifically reviewed by the Commission safety organizations, which may be, I guess, Safety Enforcement Division or Safety Policy Division. So would the proposal then say that that they would also be reviewing these RSAR reports, if I kind of understand the process correctly?
Chris, are you asking me specifically?
Actually, I was asking Tim, unless you actually have it, Kevin. Maybe I'm just trying to understand it better. Thank you.
The gas transmission and storage report is almost entirely cost. And so that means that Energy Division would be the one to review it. The gas distribution pipeline safety report, which comes from PG&E as well, that is a mixture of two different types of reporting. I have had conversations with Safety Enforcement Division, and they have let me know that the GDPSR is almost entirely duplicative of what they already received. What Safety Enforcement Division has informed me is that they have to make inquiries on their specific work. So yes, the distribution report provides a lot of information that's useful, but because of the detailed work that they have to do for a lot of the other things they do, the distribution report actually doesn't provide much for them, and they don't spend a lot of time reviewing it. And most importantly, there's no requirement that they review it. There also is no requirement that the distribution report be reviewed by Energy Division. And almost everything in that report is also supposed to be, almost everything that's in the distribution report that Energy Division might look at is also in the accountability reports. So for the most part, I looked over the proposal in the previous SMAP from PG&E when 1904-020 was sent through for approval from the commissioners. And that proposal to merge the distribution report with the RSAR pretty much covered every different little bit. There are 17 required parts to that report, and every single one PG&E proposed to have sent to another place, either to general rate case testimony, general rate case work papers, the risk spending accountability report, or one or two other reports that they had. That detailed proposal is in the docket for the previous SMAP, the decision 1904-020. Now, that's not to say, Chris, that this is a slam dunk. Whatever happens for that distribution report, for instance, probably should be noticed to parties to that proceeding. whatever happens for the gas transmission storage rate case report, that will also have to be vetted with a working group that is specifically for the general rate case, not general rate case, the GT&S rate case. So there's still some homework to be done here, but I can say with certainty that most of what we see in these four reports, except for these two reports as well, is in some way duplicative of the accountability reports, which have more oversight.
Okay, and just so I understand it correctly, these reports then will be included in the ramps, and they will be reviewed by the Safety Enforcement Division, and all parties will be able to see the reports and the review. Or am I kind of going further than the reality when I suggest that? I understand that.
And Jamie, I can answer this question, but I'm sure that you may have something to say as well. Basically, the risk spending accountability reports are only to be reviewed by Energy Division because Safety Policy Division, the RASA section, they would have, if there was a format for it presently, they would have their own accountability reports to review. Those are called the RMAR, and that comes out of 14-12025, the rate case plan. The risk mitigation accountability reports, those deal almost entirely with mitigations. Ed and Steve are both on the call, so they can field any questions about that. The idea behind both sets of accountability reports are meant to provide the public with a second look at ramp-related activities for cost and for safety. And the idea for the risk spending accountability report is that's where you see all the costs and activity descriptions, unit descriptions are there. With the unit descriptions, they aren't there everywhere. They're just there in some places. But they're there for the public to see. How much were you supposed to spend? How much did you spend? How many units of work were you supposed to do? How many units were done? And what's the variance? Was it 50% over, 50% under, 5% over? And how much was the overage? What was the cost overage or underage? So that's the accountability report on the cost side, the risk spending accountability report. That's what I review. That's what my colleagues at the Energy Division review. But at the other end, and Ed, if you are able to answer this, it would be great. We are supposed to have a risk mitigation accountability report sometime in the future, a format for it, floated via a ruling, which would describe what kinds of mitigations were proposed, authorized, and done in a very similar manner as costs.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in. I understand the difference with the RMAR, and that's a different process. And I didn't want to eat up too much of the workshop time. My main question had to do with these that are displayed here, the safety reports that are currently being submitted, and it sounds like they will now be rolled into the RSARs, and then the RSARs will be part of the ramps. If I understand it right, they'll be presented in the ramps, and then all parties will have. Maybe I'm assuming something there. I'm not sure if that's correct.
I can. Yeah, Chris, you're misspeaking when it comes to them being rolled into the ramps. The risk spending accountability reports are they're reports that are independent of the ramp, independent of the GRC, but tied to both. And they're supposed to be annually submitted and reviewed by the Energy Division within a certain amount of time. The utilities are supposed to submit them. Energy Division is supposed to review them. And the design of them is, I've heard them described as like a mini GRC, and I think this is an apt description, but it's not like an official description. The idea is the utility makes a showing, the public gets a chance to comment, Cal Advocates gets a chance to comment, and then Energy Division makes an assessment of whether or not all the corners are square and whether or not there's any significant missing segments. But that's not to say, Chris, that this is finished. This is just the beginning of our conversation. gas transmission and storage rate case, they have a conversation to have over this report. So, while we're talking about it here, PG&E has to have a conversation with parties to the GT&S over there. And obviously, Cal Advocates is a party in that case. So one of your colleagues or you will have to be part of that conversation. It's the same thing with, and I'm going to botch this job, but the GT and DSR. What a super fun name. Or the GTD and SRSSR. Okay, I got that wrong. Sempra has two of its own reports. And Jamie, I don't know, can you speak to us about that? Do you have mandates? I see 1305.010. That's a decision from 2013. So attachment C says that you have to file these reports. Ken and Kim seem to think that the RSAR cover that section of code, but I'm willing to believe that you'll have to have a conversation with parties to that proceeding as well.
So the decision you see here is a general rate case decision. Basically, the way I understand it, and Kelly's more familiar and can jump in as well, that the code that Kim was referring to, the PU code, was enacted and it was implemented through our general rate case through this. So it's just implementing this code that established these two reports you see here. They are actually not filed. They are a simple email, I believe, to the Safety Enforcement Division.
Yes, Jamie, if I may ask, on the next slide, and I understand the difference with the RSARs, but on the next slide, slide 18, maybe I can ask Jamie, is this says proposal to merge, actually, let me just pull up the slide here. Yeah, proposal to merge.
I think I understand what you're asking. Galila, would you mind going to slide 19, please? So, Chris, here you see at the top the PU code that Kim just explained about. And if you look at B, the second bullet in on the first code, it talks about, sorry, I'm trying to read it quickly, but it basically talks about that there should be a prioritization of this gas work. And I think our position is that the prioritization has now, this essentially is almost like a legacy code, because subsequently we've come up with, as Kevin indicated, the SMAP settlement that requires us to rank all of our risk mitigation activities, including these pipeline activities, by RSE and our RAMP reports. So to us, there's been newer developments that have occurred that essentially all of the code requirements you see set forth in this slide have been satisfied through the risk-based decision-making framework in some capacity, whether it's the RSARs, RAMP reporting, the to-be coming RMARs.
Got it. And I don't want to use up more time at the workshop on this, so I can always follow up later. But if we go back to the previous slide, the proposal is to merge those requirements in with the existing spending RSARs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I can always follow up to understand this better later, but I just wanted to get this is now kind of a different process for implementing those code requirements, and I can always follow up more. I don't want to use additional time on it right now.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify that there are specific information that is required in addition that are provided in some of the GT&S reports. And so when we say merge, we do not necessarily mean to infer that we would keep all the information, but to make sure that we keep the relevant information as if it was always a part of the RSAR. And we can continue to have that discussion on what that looks like.
Thank you.
Ed seems to want to have a word here.
Yeah, this is Ed Harkovich from the RASA section. I'm just wondering, has PG&E contemplated how the commission would engage with the merged report? Would it still fall within the purview of Energy Division to be responsible for reviewing this, or does PG&E contemplate a combined review and evaluation effort, given that some of these gas transmission and distribution reports involve SED's review based on their expertise.
Jamie, Kim, what do you have a response?
Ed, I think that as I kind of indicated to Chris as well, I think a lot of the relevant information that we're talking about is also included in our ramp reports, which, as you know, does fall under the RASA division of SPD to write an evaluation. So I don't know if Kim has anything to add.
I guess I see the RSAR as being a more historical look back over the shoulder on what was done, whereas the ramp is a look forward of what you plan to do and why. And given that the transmission and distribution reports that both PG&E and SoCalGas file with SED, I would think that they're looking at it from a different perspective than, say, Energy Division looking at the RSARs. And so I'm wondering, given a finite set of resources and trying to do an effective review, what is your suggestion of combining these mean for us? How do you see us engaging with this to provide the same level of analysis and evaluation, even though we hope to make it more efficient and effective?
Kim, I don't know if you want to, I don't want to keep talking.
I was going to say, I think, and so to be really clear, in addition to those reports, there are non-spending accountability reports that gas operations does submit called our gas safety report, which is forward-looking. And so our proposal does not include the elimination of that report. And so you'll still have the forward viewpoint.
And I'll just add, Ed, I think that there's also a lot of other reports that have been initiated subsequent to the PU code being enacted that we're talking about. Things like the performance metrics report that's now an annual report that also goes to SPD, I believe. And then I don't know what the timing is associated with implementing the risk mitigation accountability report, but it's my understanding that SPD would similarly write a report on that as well. And both of those are backward looking. So I think we're just trying to find efficiencies to the extent they're practical and that would essentially help the rate case plan in its entirety.
I do want to correct myself. The gas safety plan actually is backward looking. Well, my apologies.
I appreciate that. We're all looking for opportunities to become more effective and efficient. And I see some opportunities here, but I think there's a discussion that needs to take place to address the objectives of each of these reports, make sure that those original objectives are met in a way that satisfies the objectives of the RSAR. And so I think this is a good conversation, and I'd like to see it continue. I just want us to not forget that there's nuances between all these reports that have to be addressed.
And may I ask one other question, Kim, Jamie? The frequency of these gas transmission storage safety reports is perhaps, on a more frequent basis than the ramp, correct? The current process is they come in maybe multiple times or annually or maybe more than annually a year, whereas the ramp only happens every 4 years. Is that correct?
The accountability reports are supposed to come in annually, yes.
But the gas safety reports to date are semi-annually. The March reports, at least for SDG and SoCalGas, only include numbers, and then it's not until the full year report that there are numbers and variance explanations.
And another thing I'd point out is gas transmission and storage report was supposed to be annual, pared down from 6 times a year for 2 different reports that it was merged from. But the commission decided that it should be twice a year. So these are things, Chris, you and Kelly have identified a really important point here. Conversations are going to have to continue over these issues. The reports are, an efficiency is obvious, but the reports do need to go through a process of discussion, because the granularity and the frequency don't match. And with more than one of these, there are requirements to be met before any changes are made. Like, for instance, the attachment that created the gas distribution report for PG&E said that PG&E needed to consult with safety enforcement and energy division. So that, I mean, that's kind of how it ended up here, because I saw PG&E's proposal in the previous SMAP, and I saw what the attachment said, and thought, well, we should probably talk to PG&E and find out what it is they want to do, because they obviously want to change this report. So that's a proactive step on my side, but the people that were involved in each one of these reports coming online are probably going to have to sit down and have a conversation. So that means that, yes, this risk-defined decision-making process, the SMAP, we will have to go over it in general and have some sort of proposal or something for the proceeding to approve or elevate at least. But then at the other end of it, any of these decisions that made a choice, parties to those proceedings will probably have to have a conversation as well, since, you know, some are annual and some have a different level of granularity. This is just the beginning of the conversation. We're going to have to go through the rest of the conversation in the working groups.
Thank you.
So, Jamie, Kim, I want to thank you for walking us through the reporting section. One thing I wanted to point out is that it seems like PG&E, PG&E had, Kim, your group had the slides here and described some stuff. I'm looking specifically at slide 20, item number 4. It says here, identify authorized activities that are canceled or deferred. And I just wanted to point out that the prompt that staff wrote is identify activities with no funding or as canceled or deferred. So this is an inconsistency, and I wanted to point out to the workshop that we do get risk spending accountability reports where a line item has no cost, but was authorized for a cost, or the other way around, where it was authorized, there was no authorized cost because it didn't exist, and it was listed as existing and having a cost. And so in both of those cases, you're going to have a more than 100% or more variance. And I just wanted to point out there's a little bit of an inconsistency here, because when that kind of a variance happens, where there is no cost, it's often the case that they are not marked as deferred or canceled. And I recognize that in some cases, it's actually, you have a program that absolutely must be idling, like your dig-in on-call crews, for instance. Dig-ins are a really important risk, and people dig into pipelines all the time. It's very dangerous. So you need to have a crew that's waiting online. There are other types of costs like trainings and such. It's often the case that you need to have that program running regardless of whether or not you're spending that money. So there's some scope for understanding why a project or program may not have any costs but are not being listed as deferred. But that's something that I think that the working groups are going to have to talk about, because just from the outset, just seeing it there, to see that it has no cost but is not listed as deferred or canceled, it kind of has the look of not like a lack of accountability. And I think, I can't say, I don't know whether or not you guys should be talking about this right now or whether or not we need to talk about it in the working group, but it's definitely something that I've identified as problematic. So I'll leave that to you. We have about 12 more minutes left in this section, and what we could do is we could just take a brief 10-minute break if there are no questions or comments. So hearing nothing from parties, let's shut down for about 10 minutes while we wait for the next segment. And that will start, let's see, it looks like we're going to be on break until 12:15. Galila, Jordan, Alex, can you guys just confirm that?
The next break is 2 o'clock to 2:15, and the next track starts at 2:15 to 2:30.
Great. So we will pick back up at 2:15, and that's where Chris Parks will give us their presentation regarding track 3B and C. Hey, folks. Good to see you there, Chris. My telephone shows 2:15. For some reason, my computer's clock has been wrong for a few months. I'm not really sure why, and I don't know how to fix it. Let's see. So, Chris, you're going to be the next person to present. I don't have any messages in the chat from anyone in particular. And let's just take one brief look at what other types of things are coming up in this presentation. Okay, so with the end of the break, we can start with this next segment. I will give a brief description after you're done, Chris, of both of these two tracks. But before you start, Chris, I'll just say track 3B and track 3C pertain to higher level stuff than the risk spending accountability reports or simple ramp to GRC integration. I thought that it would be better to have you present at this point, and then we could go into those two tracks. So you're kind of giving us an overview, but it's from your perspective. With that, I'll get off the screen and I'll let you take over. Thanks a lot, Chris.
Thank you, Kevin. And sure, yeah, I'm seeing that other parts of this presentation also touch upon some of the things that are part of ours. And if we could go ahead and move on to the beginning of this presentation. And I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this workshop. It's a great forum to share information, learn, and contribute towards changes to improve the outcomes from the rate case process, the rate case plan process, the ramps, and the GRCs. I also wanted to mention, similar to Melinda Dickinson's comment earlier from Protect Our Communities, please do not interpret anything not discussed in this brief slide deck as some sort of particular opinion about the other topics, the other important topics that are covered in this workshop. And we look forward to being better informed, having attended this workshop, to provide comments in the follow-up to this workshop. So maybe we can go on to the next slide. Okay, so we are just focused, this presentation, as I was just talking about, is just focused on basically these two parts of the agenda, although as I just mentioned, you'll see that there is some elements of the other parts of this workshop that are touched upon in the topics that I'm going to address briefly. So we can go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so I'm hearing a long echo. Oh, okay, that's better. So part of the content for this slide deck is drawn from the scoping memo, and these are the elements that I just lifted from the scoping memo. And 3B was should rate case plan requirements be updated to reflect any clarifications adopted in this proceeding and other potential RAP clarifications or refinements as needed, including those in that decision 2001-002. So this is where the context for the following suggestions. So we can move on to the next slide, please. So I think these are the objectives of our refinements, and I think most folks will probably say that they align with the Commission's objectives with this workshop and many of the parties and utilities. I did want to highlight the third element here, which is to increase dissemination of application of best practices. I think that this workshop offers an opportunity for us to learn and also to, and I'll kind of highlight it in one of the elements that comes up, but where we can all maybe identify opportunities where we can learn from each other, from different proposals that are put into general rate cases and ramps, and then perhaps identify the most effective in achieving objectives. So let's go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so this one, if we look at it, it is a broad statement, number one here, which is to say enhance annual safety metrics and risk spending mitigation accountability reporting. This is meant to discuss not only something that could reside in risk spending accountability reports, but also things that could be enhanced in the ramps that are filed, in the general rate case applications that are filed, to provide more context to the programs and proposals that are part of those applications. So the bottom line here is it would be valuable to provide more meaningful context, and specifically, when possible, in a graphical presentation when a program is being put forward, or whether it's a report that's coming up later to show how progress has been accomplished or what those spending elements are. So, and this just gives a very brief example of, for example, you might see in a rate case application that 150 miles of conductor are being authorization to harden 150 miles of conductor, and then but put it in the context of how much was actually hardened previously, and then also what are the long-term objectives needed as part of this mitigation program. So, for example, this is one example that's electrical. You could consider like Adelaide pipe as something that might show up in a general rate case. It might be investigated as part of a ramp. But I think parties, including Cal Advocates and others, would benefit from always knowing what the context is of a proposal or request for authorization. And that could then feed into other reports, whether they have specific elements about accountability or safety metrics, to then have that big picture view of what's before you. I do see that sometimes shows up in some of the wildfire mitigation plans. I think it could almost be considered a best practice. I don't know that it's a requirement of the WMPs, but when applicable to many of these mitigation programs that are part of the ramps, part of the general rate cases, this would be very useful, I think, for everyone to understand what the context is. So if a utility, for example, is planning on replacing 150 miles of Adelaide pipe, and it has thousands of miles, I think that that's really useful to understand what the context is. And then this information, in some ways, risk accountability, spending accountability reports are presented annually, but this could be provided in those reports. It could be also included in ramps and general rate case filings. So it would be useful to have this so that once someone understands that what's being presented or asked for today may be a small piece of the bigger pie, or it could be, what the rate of addressing a risk is or a mitigation program is being achieved for everyone to understand. Could we go on to the next slide? So mitigation program effectiveness. There's no definition of mitigation program effectiveness. However, and this is different from what might be considered the risk mitigation accountability reports. What's being suggested here is that ramps and GRCs should include a utility assessment of prior and proposed mitigation programs. so that everyone can understand what works, what's being achieved, if it's meeting expectations, if it's meeting more than expectations, if it's not living up to expectations. And so this is not to dictate or specify exactly what that criteria should be, but to provide the utilities could add this and provide this to give all the parties an understanding of how these mitigation programs are achieving their desired outcomes. This kind of ties into the beginning of this rate case plan, the rulemaking that we referred to where risk assessment was now incorporated into RAMPs and SMAPs. There was mention of the CYCLA risk assessment approach, and that was a multi-step approach. Utilities had begun to adopt that cycle, and it was a circle. So it was conducting the risk assessment, going through a number of other steps, and it was closed back where the effectiveness of those mitigations of those risks was then to feed back into the next cycle. And so this would be an element where it would be clear that we would all expect to see that in general rate cases and RAMPs. That way everyone can start to understand what works and what maybe works not so well and what works even better than originally anticipated. And this also feeds into the best practice concept. By putting this in the general rate cases, having this information to be shared, vetted, reviewed by others, we can all learn from what is in one rate case compared to another rate case. We can learn what's in one RAMP compared to another RAMP. And so this would provide more information and learning from this whole process. And then 3, risk spend efficiency. So, and this could be similar to the risk spend efficiency that's in the RAMPs. However, as was discussed earlier, the RAMPs cover a subset of the risk and mitigation programs that are in general rate case. The general rate case goes into greater detail. The RAMPs are more at a high level, looking at maybe a subset of all risk and consolidating them into a large category of risk. So, for example, even in one utility's proposal in WMPs for hardening of electrical circuits, that doesn't just say covered conductor. It doesn't just say, it could include covered conductor. It could include undergrounding. It could include a number of things. So, but in the general rate case, that all gets broken down. So it would be useful to have a detailed understanding of what the spend efficiency is at the level that you see in the general rate case, so that others can learn what those costs end up being. And I just got a note here. I'm sorry, I'm going to detour a second. Let me just do an audio check. Kevin, can you hear me okay?
Chris, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So maybe, can we please move on to the next slide? Okay, and this was touched upon earlier about, I would say, in a similar note, there was a discussion about the units, how to be able to understand imputed costs when some programs are presented as a budget versus a unit in risk spending accountability reports. If that could be expanded to include general rate case programs as they're presented to the extent possible, then it would provide kind of like the starting line, the basis for programs that would then be reported in those risk spend accountability reports. So if there were some consistency among general rate case mitigation programs, for example, pole replacements, whether we're talking about pole replacements for loading problems or other purposes, and then put that in units that could then be carried over and understood in the accountability reports. If to the extent that that could be consistent, that would be very useful, I think, to parties to understand, and in understanding one utility's programs versus another. And then finally, number 6 here is requiring utilities to list the comments by parties in the RAMP and when, how the utility has addressed the comments in its GRC. And then below, this is all under the context of requirement. So in this case, I heard earlier, I think SPD and Marty mentioned lessons learned, mentioned an example of a GRC where the RAMP was detailed out and including intervener comments. I would suggest that I just checked with a senior analyst during the lunch hour, and I know that is not necessarily and is not always consistent. Now maybe that's becoming more consistent, but at this point, for example, Cal Advocates had to conduct a data request in order to get that detail. It wasn't recorded in one particular general rate case. So if that could be standardized in terms of the Commission's expectations to say that this will be part of those filings, then I think we can all be assured that those comments are then visible to the decision makers, to the parties. We can understand what's being presented and incorporated. Right now, even, I think there's a requirement for pre-RAMP workshops, and I don't know that there's a requirement that the party comments are necessarily going to be incorporated. I think the concept of a pre-RAMP workshop is to provide a preview and understanding of the utility's RAMP filing before it's filed. And I think the intent was that parties would then have input and be able to influence that. I think that it's not always the case, but if this were all being presented maybe in a table form, what folks are suggesting, it just provides a greater level of follow-up to see, what parties are suggesting, what's getting incorporated, what's being addressed perhaps in the way that the party is requesting it or not. And that would provide greater visibility and insight into that whole process of the RAMP, which I believe is the RAMP process is to then drive, the mitigation programs that we next see in the general rate case. So next slide. So that's it. So I appreciate this opportunity. Oh, I want to mention on the last slide, I think that if we go back one slide just for a second. On 6, I believe that will get discussed. That was discussed to a certain degree a little earlier. I think it's going to be, I see that as part of the agenda in a later slide about incorporating party comments. And so we may have some more comments at that point. But the concept is it would be good if it was clear and everyone understood what that process was, rather than just kind of rely on, how a particular utility may want to approach that one. That way everyone understands what's expected. We can all look for it in a RAMP and a general rate case. So that concludes what the presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chris. I know that we're bumping up against the next segment, but I do want to allow the workshop to ask for clarification or ask questions or at least say a couple of words. Chris,
Chris, this is Steve Haynes. You mentioned measuring mitigation effectiveness. Do you have any idea on what kind of methodology you're envisioning to measure mitigation effectiveness?
Thank you. Yes. So I believe that would have to be mitigation program dependent. So it would be very difficult, I would suggest, to have a common method for all mitigation programs. But I would anticipate that when a utility proposes a mitigation program, whether it be replacing conductors with covered conductor, whether it's replacing conductor with a larger gauge uncovered conductor, that the utility would anticipate some specific outcome that it's using in order to make that decision. And so a utility could then provide that information in terms of why that mitigation program is selected, what it's anticipating getting from that, and then all parties will have that opportunity to understand what is to be expected from that mitigation program. So it would be done at a very granular level, wouldn't be done at the level that's done in a ramp, but it would be done at the granular level for the granular mitigation programs we see in the general rate cases.
Do you also anticipate that there would be some kind of risk score calculation using the multi-attribute value function? You're muted. Chris, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, were you meaning risk spend efficiency or something else?
Something else. On measuring the effectiveness. So do you think that would require some aspect of applying the MADF to do some risk score calculation?
So certainly that would be a good topic for further discussion. I guess I would suggest as an immediate suggestion on that note is that the MAVF is normally applied at the large risk level that are the limited set of risks that are part of a utility's application. And so I would anticipate that the mitigation effectiveness at the general rate case level would look very different. It wouldn't involve that level of analysis or detail. It would be very specific to what was expected or the reasoning behind that particular low level, not necessarily too low of a level, but low level mitigation program that's being requesting authorization and budgeting in the general rate case.
And one last question following on what you just said. Do you envision that there be some kind of uniform approach to measure the effectiveness across the utilities, or there would be unique approaches based on the utility circumstances?
So thank you, because I do think that would be something that it would be very difficult to embark on a uniform, at this point at least, approach to understanding mitigation program effectiveness. I think it would make sense if that were developed by each utility according to its own processes and its own understandings, and then share that with the other utilities, and then the other utilities and the parties and the commission could understand how the utility is going about it. And that way we can then perhaps identify best practices, most effective mitigation programs, and learn rather than try to dictate something at this point.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Steve. I wanted to point out that Chris Vyas had come on the screen for a moment. And Chris, did you have something that you wanted to say to Chris?
Thanks, Kevin. No, I was just getting ready. Since I'm one of the speakers in the next segment, I wanted to make sure everything was shipshape. That was all.
Okay. Chris Parks, I wanted to kind of have some programmatic thoughts here, but I also wanted to check to see if there's any follow-up that you wanted to say.
No.
Okay, great. So I appreciate you submitting something and like taking some time here, and I know that we're cutting into Chris's section, but what I wanted to say is I didn't want to distribute all of your slides to the different parts of the rest of the presentation that the IOUs had provided, because I like the idea of you coming forward and giving us a conclusive discussion of what your organization's thoughts are. One thing I can point out, and I'm looking at slide 31 if Galila wants to bring us there, item number 1 on slide 31 says utilities should enhance safety metrics and accountability reporting. So I'm under the impression, and Jamie might be able to give me some help here, that when we write the workshop report, this section of your slideshow might fit better in track 3A. But then if we were to scroll forward to, let's see, this risk spend efficiency item on slide 32, item number 3. This one might go better with, item track 3A or track 3B or C. So I'm just wondering, Chris, what your thoughts are if when the workshop report comes out, that your different thoughts and responses to those thoughts end up distributed to the different tracks.
Yes, I understand the challenges. There is a follow-up report that I believe comes from SEMPRA. Is that correct, on the workshop?
Yeah, SEMPRA is coordinating the workshop report, and the rate case plan has mandated it be written, and it should be done 30 days from today. That would be actually because today, this is February, so there's a couple of extra days. There's a couple of days missing, so it'll be the 11th, not the 9th. But yeah, that's the basic premise, Chris.
So, and I believe, if I understand it correctly, you're looking at this kind of touches upon different aspects and where to place it in the report. So yeah. If we go back to the previous slide just for a second, if we can check with you. So I would say that while this talks about risk and accountability reports, I guess the probably one of the key outcomes would be that this depiction of context show up in the general rate case and the ramps. To the extent that they can also be translated to the risk and accountability reports and other things, I think that would be useful too. But I would want to, if possible, be sure that this translates as a possible enhancement to the general rate cases and ramps.
Okay. So if we're done with this topic, with this presentation, Chris, I really appreciate Cal Advocates participating to this degree, and I look forward to your comments and questions for the rest of the tracks as we cover them. So thank you. So I think now we have Chris Vyas coming up, and Jamie York. Can we get that? Can we, Galila, can we go back to that prompt slide? Great, thank you. Rate case so track 3B is about how to update RAMP, the GRC, and some steps for doing that. So staff proposed that this workshop would list the process for revising or supplementing the RAMP regarding the MAVF specifically. And then it should also identify a methodology for linking the RAMP's findings, particularly mitigation costs, to the GRC. Specifically in the agenda that was written by staff, the staff proposal, one thing that was noted is there is no decision-making process in the RAMP. And this has been cited as a deficiency in many different places that I've seen in the record for various RAMPs and various GRCs and even in SMAP. So the hope is that for IOUs to present themselves and interveners to respond. We've already had some input from Chris Parks about how to but essentially just to have a discussion over this, because it may be that there is no consensus over how this should be addressed. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Chris, and let's see what you have to say.
Thanks, Kevin. And I think Jamie's going to take our first slide in this deck, so I'm going to, in turn, hand over the baton to Jamie York.
Yeah, so Kevin, I'm going to address the first prompt, and you indicated there were two there. So I'm going to address the first, as Chris indicated, and then Chris will do the second. Okay, so as you see here, basically, the RAMP report provides a process for utilities to present its risk mitigation information to interested parties and to the commission. And in turn, we receive feedback on that report during the ramp process. And I think I can say that we as utilities take that feedback received on our ramp very seriously. And I can speak for our two utilities, SoCalGas and SDG&E, that we review all the comments and have several internal discussions about how best to address that in our subsequent filings. But what you see here is that the prior commission decisions require the utilities to incorporate the ramp results into the GRC. So that already exists. And we acknowledge that this term that you see here from the decision language as ramp results is rather vague, but we've interpreted that to requiring, through the existing process, utilities to incorporate not just the ramp mitigation activities, but also feedback from parties that we've received during the ramp process. So our position is that no additional processes need to be in place, be established essentially. But one thing I do want to mention that as we evolve and our risk assessments become more sophisticated, our integration from ramp to GRC will also evolve. So for example, SoCalGas and SDG&E were the first to file ramp in 2016. And in doing so, we included for the first time risk spend efficiency calculations. However, the RSCs were still rather in its infancy, and so we did not integrate RSC calculations from that ramp into our general rate case. However, this time around, when we're filing a ramp in May of this year, we are planning to do that as the RSCs and our risk models have evolved. So we are doing our best to pivot and incorporate these evolving requirements as they're decided, and we think the process that's already existing kind of covers that evolution as necessary. We did want to mention, though, that we have noticed that the requirements are evolving rather quickly, and this doesn't always translate into the timing associated with our filings. So, for example, the decision that required the risk spending accountability report that was issued in April 2019, that decision requires now units in those reports. But our GRC had already been authorized, and we'd already presented, and that case had already been closed, and it did not include units. So now we have a requirement to include units, and we don't have any authorized units. So this continues to be a challenge for us, and we are working on this, as Kevin indicated, I think in his opening comments. But I think the point really is that the utilities are all doing their best to pivot and to incorporate things as they're evolving. The other thing I wanted to mention that you see here on the slide is some of the comments that we receive on our ramp filings are better suited for a statewide proceeding. So, and that may include going the forum such as the SMAP proceeding. So, for example, in our first GRC, we heard from parties that they opposed our use of our previous risk assessment methodology, our 7x7 matrix. But that kind of topic was already teed up for the SMAP proceeding. And so we essentially said in our comments and in our GRC that would be better suited statewide in the SMAP forum. And we continue to believe that going forward. So if there are, to the extent there are disputes on how a utility integrates ramp into the GRC, our position is it will be up to the commission to determine the evidentiary weight given to those ramp-related items and whether the utility has met its burden of proof in the rate case. And then lastly, I'll just say that the commission recently revised the rate case plan schedule in January of last year. This schedule provides specific dates related to the ramp process. So I believe the last part of the ramp process is in mid-December, and the general rate case is then filed May of the subsequent year. So the utilities need time to develop thoughtful testimony to integrate RAMP into the GRC. And so we don't think additional processes are needed, and if so, may create or may kind of eat into that precious time of developing thoughtful testimony to integrate RAMP into the GRC. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris Diaz. You could add anything, either Chris to that or go over your next slide.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jamie. Appreciate it. And can we please have the next slide? Okay. Sorry, my screen froze for a second. In terms of going in a little bit more detail here on the integration of RAMP into the general rate case, as I touched on earlier, the RAMP doesn't actually provide true GRC funding forecasts, where the forecast is really the utility needing to prove up and meet its burden of proof that the forecast is reasonable for purposes of obtaining commission authorization for the funding and rates of such efforts. But the RAMP instead provides cost estimates for these mitigations, and these cost estimates are not intended to substitute for the actual reasonableness showing in the general rate case approximately 1 year later. And again, as touched on, we already do explain in our post-RAMP GRC application the differences between the RAMP chosen mitigations and the GRC proposed work. We also may provide updates to explain why there may be some variances between what was said in the RAMP and what needs to now occur in what is occurring in our general rate case. In essence, a reconciliation between the two. And I'll give a specific example, that in the area of infrastructure replacement, SCE had a certain amount of infrastructure replacement that was set forth in one product, but then over the course of the following year, the urgency of certain short-term or rather emergent wildfire-related efforts took precedence. And as a result, there was a slightly different slant in the general rate case about the immediate term completion of that infrastructure replacement work, meaning seeking funding for it. Instead, it needed to go to emergent wildfire work. The infrastructure replacement work still remained important, but it could be appropriately deferred for a period of time in order that at reasonable rate expense to customers, the wildfire work and mitigation work that was very urgent could be accomplished. Again, as was touched on earlier in today's workshop, each of the IOUs do provide a detailed showing in some form of testimony, work papers, and or roadmaps that show specifically how the RAMP was integrated into the general rate case showing. And the IOUs intend to continue to do so. As Jamie indicated, the current RAMP process already has a requirement for IOUs integrating the RAMP results into the GRC. And so we feel that the particular IOU's GRC is the productive venue to consider if there are specific concerns or comments raised by staff and parties with respect to that utility's RAMP proceeding, that GRC may be the place to adequately address it if to the extent it's a specific comment about the actual showing of that utility. To the extent it's a concern that's about generalized requirements for utilities, then as Jamie indicated, a statewide type proceeding is the appropriate place to do that so that all stakeholders have reasonable notice and an opportunity to be heard. And I'll hand it back over for the next slide.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris and Jamie. Now, as we discussed at our dry run, not all the interveners provided a slide deck because they wanted to take a moment to see what IOUs had to say, ask questions, or provide responses. And of course, this is all supposed to go into a workshop report and comments. I see Katie has shown up on my screen. I'm assuming, Katie, that you have something to say here. Please.
Yeah, thank you all for your presentations, Chris, and Jamie. I guess there's two kind of general areas that I'd like to talk about here. The first is the purpose of the RSE and how feedback on the ramp and the information provided in the ramp should be reflected in the GRC. And then also the issue of delaying the consideration of certain items for the SMAP proceeding rather than addressing it in individual cases. As I said earlier, the RSE is a tool. It is a tool, and the ramp, all of the information in the ramp is a tool for justifying the proposal of the utility. And so all of that should feed into the GRC and provide a justification for the work that is being requested in the GRC. And so it's the obligation of the utilities to provide, prove their case, prove that they need their money, and to the extent that they are receiving feedback from any party in the ramp, that gives them an opportunity to improve their GRC case for a certain issue. So to the extent that TURN says utility X has not adequately considered QY in its RSC for a program, we're basically giving the utility a heads up of what our feedback would be when we got to the GRC case. And so for that reason, I would think that it would follow that the utilities would naturally include responses and updated information in regards to what they've heard in the ramp proceeding. But we would say that that being our expectation, we know that that may not necessarily happen, but we do think it would be important to note that the utilities highlight and acknowledge the feedback that they received in the ramp and address whether they have taken that feedback and changed their request or changed any calculations based on that feedback. For example, in the SCE GRC, I think they ended up having testimony that said, this is what TURN said about our ramp filing, and we decided not to include it or not to update any requests based on that feedback. That at least is providing us that information in a place that is easy to look at and see and work with. So you would hope that that would continue moving forward. The other issue was the suggestion that certain issues may be better discussed in the SMAP rather than being taken up in individual ramp cases. The fact that the SMAP occurs every 3 years should not be used as an excuse to, or used to not provide a ramp based on the best possible information or the most precise possible ramp or RSE. Those issues should not be delayed until a later SMAP. I think that they should be addressed in each individual ramp and then into the GRC. So we would say that, I understand that those could apply to all of the utilities, but if by delaying consideration of an issue, you're continuing to rely on something that we've already said is out of date, like the 7x7 matrix, you're doing a disservice by not relying on the best possible information. So that is all I had to say.
Katie, thank you for your comments. I guess Jamie would like to have a response here.
Well, I actually just wanted to touch on the first item that Katie discussed. And I wanted to stress the importance of then receiving timely feedback in the ramp process, because I know that there's been some discussion, especially the way that PG&E's ramp has been going with the multiple workshops. And basically that has somewhat delayed both the Safety Policy Division's report and written feedback to some extent. So I just wanted to say, Katie, I don't disagree with you. It's just, it calls for an emphasis for timely feedback in the RAM process.
Yeah, and the PG&E situation, I was only involved for part of it, but that was, feedback was given in a timely way there, and it's a two-way street.
Kevin, this is Chris Bias with Edison. Could I just also briefly respond to an item that Katie mentioned in her very thoughtful comments just now? Katie, I hear you and I agree with you that if a suggestion comes, let's say from Turn in comments, that would make the utility showing more transparent, more thoughtful, more accurate, any of those things, absolutely, there should be no delay in considering it. It should be considered in the context there. And I apologize if I was, either I or Jamie were not clear, but from SCE's perspective, my comment was restricted to if a party is seeking to change the actual requirements such that it would be a change requirement that would apply equally with force of law to all the utilities, then simply as a matter of due process, it would have to occur where all of the parties have an opportunity to be heard before that change is enacted. But certainly, I totally appreciate what you're saying. And, when we received certain comments, even ones where it was too late to incorporate in our showing because we already filed our ramp, but on that feedback, as you know, Katie, there were several items where we said, we will definitely consider this for our next ramp showing. We appreciate it, and we will be considering it. So I agree with you on that front, that a specific way to make a particular utility showing better does not need to await years in advance, a statewide, look if it's particular to that utility, and that is the intention. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think my point too is mostly to also be, early on in the GRC rate case plan, one of those proceedings, the ramp is referred to as kind of a first draft of the GRC filing. And to some extent, the feedback that is provided by the stakeholders ends up being a first draft of what their testimony would be. So it's kind of giving both sides an opportunity to bulk up their response in advance of the real thing, the final turned in for the grade.
Point well taken.
I'm noticing that no one from Cal. I guess we have Judge Fogel coming on. Your Honor.
Hi, Kevin. Hi, everybody. Thanks for these interesting discussions and presentations. I've appreciated them all. And I have a question for Jamie and Chris. The first question is, sorry, let me see what was it. Oh, the first question is regarding, I think it was Jamie made the point that ramp cost estimates are not the same as GRC forecasts. And I was wondering if you could provide a little more background on that statement and why those two are different, and also how this issue, assuming they are different in a significant way, that I personally need to get more information on. How do you have a proposal that's more forward, or more of a proposal rather than a no that's not working, for the, I think, legitimate desire of staff and also parties to be able to track these costs more in a more streamlined way across these different reports?
Chris, did you want to start, or you want me to start?
Please go ahead, Jamie.
Thanks, Your Honor, for the question. I think that, we have been doing GRCs in a certain manner for a long time. And for us, we present it organizationally And the ramp is a little bit different in which it's risk-based and activity-based. And that kind of presents a little bit of an issue for us. I think you heard a little bit that there's a mismatch on the level of detail. I can give some examples. I think the thing that we struggle with as the Semper utilities is that sometimes even in ramp, there is a desire to give some estimates that are rather based on assumptions. So, we can just estimate, for example, like how much a training is going to cost us, or basically just use some high level assumptions. That's not the same as when it gets into the rate case, and the burden of proof is a little bit different. And so we struggle with the idea of just provide assumption-based estimates and ramp. We're hesitant to do that because, to be frank, our witnesses don't necessarily want to go on the stand on this assumption-based methodology. But Chris, I'll let you add at least what you're seeing at Edison.
Thanks, Jamie, and good afternoon, Your Honor. Nice to see you, and thank you for your question. Your Honor, I think it comes down to that the Commission was very thoughtful about these two different stages and what they entail. And backing up a step, Your Honor, I think the Commission was very careful in the first place in GRCs about what is the timing for when the utility must present its forecast. It's sort of the Goldilocks issue. It can't be too hot or too cold. It can't be too far in the past so that, that is, it can't be too spread from the operative year that the forecast will apply to, because otherwise it's very hard to prove that it's a reasonable estimate. It also can't be something where the Commission cannot afford to wait, where it's only a matter of months between forecast and final decision. Rate cases are too big and too complex. So I think the Commission has been very thoughtful, Your Honor, in that regard on when the utility must present that forecast in terms of the period between the forecast and the year that that forecast is forecasting on. And in creating the ramp mechanism, the Commission is going back one full year from where it says you need to be presenting your reasonable forecast. And in that one full year prior to, that's where the Commission in the decisions was very careful to say what the utility is presenting. They do not use the word, to my knowledge, ever say forecast, and I'm certain they never use the word showing the reasonableness. That is in the general rate case because of the timing and other factors. The ramp will necessarily look a little bit different because the purpose of the ramp, in my view, Your Honor, is just different from the GRC. In the ramp, the utility is attempting to show, I've done a considered process. Here are my top safety risks. Here is what I believe I will be proposing, whether in the GRC or in some other venue, such as a WMP, et cetera. Here is what I think I will be doing to mitigate it. And here is an estimation of what I think it will cost, recognizing that to the extent we're talking about GRC, I am a couple of years away from it. And then all the parties, including the utility, get the benefit of that year so that we're at the normal time when the utility presents its forecast, where you, again, the Goldilocks. It's not too cold, not too hot, not too far in the past, not too close to the operative year. And so with these things being different, and it seems that there will necessarily be sometimes a little bit of a divergence between the products, not because they're not, the efforting isn't the same by the utility and frankly by the other parties, but if you're asking me as a rate case counsel, when I'm doing a reasonable showing, I may go much in great and in sometimes nauseating detail in order to prove it up for purposes of funding requests. Whereas in RAMP, the utility is not trying to convince anyone that you must fund it based on what I'm providing you, because in fact, no party, whether it is the Commission staff with their regulatory review, the presiding ALJ, or the assigned commissioner in the RAMP proceeding, passes on the reasonableness of what the utility is saying.
Yeah, maybe I could, thanks for that. That's really helpful. Maybe I could ask a follow-up question. So currently my understanding of the settlement agreement is that it requires utilities to consider the RSEs in selecting their mitigations, but not use that as the only basis for their selection of mitigation. But I think the general idea is that RSEs become more and more useful over time to identify mitigation. And I have to admit, I'm not familiar with if the IOUs take the RSEs presented in the ramp and then updated them with a more accurate forecasted cost to present updated RSEs in the GRCs as an accompaniment to your selection of mitigation. Is that what is currently happening?
Chris, if you don't mind, I'll jump in there. Yeah. So ALJ Fogel, I think that's actually a requirement pursuant to the settlement agreement that the utilities consider updates, including to the RSCs in the rate case. Speaking just for the SoCalGas and SDG&E, we do intend to do that from our ramp to our GRC for this next go round.
Okay, so you would essentially take the same formula for the RSE and update the various cost estimate inputs.
And to the extent there's scoping changes as well. So if originally, this is purely a hypothetical, but to the extent we said we were going to replace 5 miles of pipe in ramp, we decided we want to replace 10 miles of pipe in the rate case. It wouldn't just be the denominator of cost that would change, it would be the scope associated with it as well.
Okay.
And then as Chris indicated, I think that each utility provides a roadmap and changes, essentially like a log, if you will, of changes from ramp to GRC, and we intend to continue to do that as well.
Okay. Unless Chris would care to also respond, I would have one final follow-up question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think Jamie covered it. Thank you very much.
Okay. So see if my brain can work here. Sorry. It seems to me, again, that maybe if one of you or both of you could describe what you see as the differences between the assumptions used to prepare the cost forecasts and the ramp as opposed to the forecast. And you see, I use the word forecast. I mean, my experience doing forecasts is they involve a lot of assumptions. So presumably what you're saying, one, is that they involve more recent cost assumptions or closer to the date. That I can understand. Are there other, if you could expand on the kind of the details of how those forecasts, what the assumptions used in the forecast are, how are they different from those using the RSE, other than the fact that the GRC forecasts are much closer to the time of the test year, et cetera.
Jamie, do you want to go ahead?
You can start if you want.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jamie. I think you got something on your mind. Go ahead. Okay. Your Honor, while there are subtleties between the two, I think fundamentally, while the process, and I don't mean to speak for the other utilities in their ramp process and the internal deliberations there, but certainly for SCE, we did our best with the information we had and the time and resources available to us to come up with a cost estimation that honestly was reasonable. We tried to put in the factors that we knew, but we are looking at it a whole year in advance. And what you may also see is the utility may spend more time just simply explaining it and outlining it. And then for the sake of brevity, so that the ramp is a useful product and not a telephone book, the utility may not be justifying it. And those are two different things in my mind. One is saying, this is what I expect to spend and why. But there may be additional items where the utility will say, and this is why it is reasonable for ratepayers to fund this. And that some of those additional components, such as here's an industry study that shows that this is needed. Here is a consultant's report. Certain kinds of things, it's possible the utility may not fully prove it up because, in fact, nobody will be giving feedback as to whether you did prove it up or not, as far as whether it is reasonable for funding purposes, as opposed to it appears to be a mitigation that makes sense for ramp purposes.
Right. Okay. Jamie, did you want to add anything?
Well, Your Honor, I was just going to say, I think this might be a utility-specific answer because I'm not exactly sure if we do rate cases all the same way. So for SoCalGas and SDG&E, we base all of our forecasting and rate cases based on this concept called work paper. And that's not the same as activities on a risk mitigation basis as RAMP. And so when our witnesses go and they are forecasting their needs for our test year and our rate cases, they're looking at the work paper level, and that could be a compilation of activities. In RAMP, what we're asked, and I think the way that we present it, frankly, is just these are all of the different activities that mitigate a given risk that's deemed a RAMP risk. And we provide assumptions related to that specific activity, whether it be the units of work, whether it be the costs themselves, and then the effectiveness associated with that one activity. But there could be various RAMP activities within one work paper. And so so you have these risk mitigation activities done at a very detailed level in RAMP that are not presented in the same manner in a rate case. And there you see a little bit of a mismatch. But again, I don't know if that would be different for the other utilities, if they do it differently. But that's what I was trying to allude to when I was referring to some of the assumptions. And that does not include any then tranching on top of that I believe you're familiar with pursuant to the SMAP settlement.
Your Honor.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
If you don't mind, Your Honor, if I could also just use an example to sort of specify sort of what some of these sort of subtle differences you might see. The RAMP necessarily looks at a certain time period. It's a period of, well, let's call it five years. And for certain of the mitigations that the utility proposes, and let's use covered conductor as an example, Your Honor, putting covered conductor in order to help mitigate fire damage, danger, and other items. That is a capital asset that the utility is putting in, the covered conductor, that will throw off benefits for possibly 40 or even 50 years. However, because of the strictures of the RAMP report, the RSE is measured over a shorter period of time. And so the utility may get a relatively low RSE for RAMP purposes. And so, again, that doesn't justify why is the utility going to spend on it. That showing is then in the GRC where the utility shows over the fullness of time of that asset, over the decades that it will be providing benefits to the ratepayer, why it is justified to spend the amount that the utility is requesting for covered conductor and for the utility to perform the work at the pace the utility is saying it needs to do to properly and prudently mitigate wildfire risk. The RAMP can only show you a partial view of that, not the whole one, meaning the RAMP RSE. Doesn't mean that the RSE doesn't have tremendous value, Your Honor, but it isn't necessarily the end-all be-all because it's not capturing the full benefits that the ratepayers will get for the spending. So, but those questions are not really confronted with RAMP about is it worth the spend. That is in the GRC.
I'm seeing like Katie's over there. Katie, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that line 25 of the settlement for the calculation of risk-spend efficiency says that the RSE should be calculated by dividing the mitigation risk reduction benefit by the cost estimate. And then the values in the numerator and denominator should be present values to ensure the use of comparable measurements of benefits and costs. So I guess I'm not following Chris's argument that there is some mismatch between the ability to show the cost and benefits of the RSE.
Katie, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. I was using an example for our RAMP, from our RAMP so that it was something that was concrete and already in the record. But as you know, our RAMP was exempted from the settlement agreement requirements because it was because of timing reasons. There was no way to apply those. So I was using just an example from our RAMP to just show something that has been seen already in the record of a proceeding, not necessarily what would all be going forward. In RAMP.
That has occurred, but that shouldn't occur going forward because it's a change in settlement. That is something that happened, but because of the drafting of the settlement, it should not necessarily happen in future ramps.
Well, certainly we will follow all of the terms of the settlement in our ramp showing, and you will get the full benefit of our compliance with that.
Thanks for those answers, and I imagine Kevin would like to move us on. I'll just say that not reviewing either of these documents in great detail as staff does, I remain somewhat concerned after this conversation about I think that about being as sort of efficient as possible with these processes. It kind of sounds to it would be ideal if by the time the GRC is reviewed, that staff and interveners did not have to redo all the review they just did on the ramp because new cost estimates are provided, or new forecasts are provided, and new scopes of work have changed. So it does concern me that it sounds like there's a duplication of effort, and perhaps the IOUs, what you're most valuing from the feedback on the ramps is our higher level issues, but I just note that concern and would urge parties and staff to try and make all of this effort as efficient as possible, both in the production and in the review. So.
Can I see that you came back up on the screen? What can you? Please speak.
I just wanted to say for that statement and highlight that that's exactly what I was hoping to get across earlier. Is that by providing feedback during the ramps, we're hoping that that feedback is taken into account and incorporated into the GRC filing, so that at least that discussion of is the RFC appropriate, is it been defined appropriately, is it granular enough, et cetera, we've already finished that part of the argument and left that behind in the ramp phase.
And Your Honor, this is Ken Arnold from PG&E. You know, for our ramp, we certainly hope to provide cost estimates that give us a jumping off standpoint. You know, after the ramp, we look at updating our data, we look at party feedback, we will respond to party feedback in our GRC, and that leads to some degree of change. So the GRC ultimately having a more refined forecast, I think, is just a part of that process. But certainly, we're receptive to ramp being kind of the lead component of that process.
Okay, thank you all. I'll end my questions there. Thank you.
Your Honor, maybe I can just step in. This is Vincent Lowe from PG&E. Just to reiterate what Ken was saying. For me, anyway, I think the ramp, the way we've looked at it is that we're focused on the modeling, on the risk modeling. And as you know, we've heard plenty of feedback on the risk modeling that we've done in our ramp. And to be honest, that is a handful because we've heard a lot of good comments, and we just want to get the numerator right as far as the ramp's concerned, because that in itself is a huge undertaking. So you mentioned earlier about updating data for GRC. We also want to consider all the feedback that we've received, right, in terms of modeling. For example, we've got some feedback on using power law distributions. We do want to take a look at that, and that's going to take time. So I think that the way that the ramp is set up right now makes sense. We can focus on the numerator, and the numerator is something that's new in all these proceedings, and I think it makes sense for us to have that ramp, that space in this process to focus on the risk modeling.
Okay, and I'll stop there. Thanks for this discussion.
I appreciate the busy activity over track 3B. In closing, and I'm not trying to institute any more debate, but in closing, I wanted to point out that every single ramp that we've had so far has been decided with an actual decision, and it would appear that judges believe that they are required to somehow shore up every ramp. So I think that there's scope to institute a decision-making process for each ramp. Obviously, there's a debate as to what should be required in that process, but I think that the working groups should in some way tackle this issue because, first of all, there's an 18-month requirement for proceedings in general. So if in the very least, we should think about procedure in the next decision-making process in SMAP, just to figure out, do we need to have a decision? Does it need to be integrated into the GRC, or so far, or such, as such? I guess, ALJ Fogel, do you have something to say?
Well, I just wanted to encourage you to share your thoughts a little bit more about what you meant about decision-making process on the ramp.
Certainly. So the items that we've heard so far about the ramp, we're calling them estimates. The GRC forecasts, ramp reruns, intervener comments, all of these things kind of move the proceeding along, and most of the decisions that pertain to the ramp happen in the GRC and have been happening without incident, but potentially with incident for the past several years. I can see that parties don't necessarily agree, but there's definitely something to debate there, and I think the working groups can go over that. On the other hand, I think that judges generally want to close their ramps before general rate cases open, basically because of procedural guidelines. I mean, the template for a decision just says 18 months in it. So in the very least, working groups should discuss that. I don't know if there's precedent for a proceeding just remaining open without any closure whatsoever. So I think that I'll leave it at that. I think I've covered everything. So there might be things that come up in the course of the ramp that are found. That might be something that decision could cover, or the process itself. That could be a decision thing. But the GRC generally ends up doing all of that as it is currently. So with that, I'll close discussion of track 3B, and now. Katie, I appreciate your input, considering the fact that this was supposed to be the intervener comment segment. Now we'll move on to the next segment, which is ramp clarifications or refinements. And let me just take a moment to provide a prompt on this. I think that at some point we'll have to ask for some input from SPD. So if Steve is listening right now, he might be able to help us with the first part. But I'll talk about the second prompt, developing a master data request guideline consistent with ramp filings and each IOU. The rate case plan decision 2001-002 specifically asked for a master data request guideline, and Workshop 2 actually addressed that. There were a lot of conversations over it, and the consensus amongst participants was that a workshop process is much more consistent with how things have been happening. That isn't to say a master data request doesn't take place. It's just that oftentimes, if there is need for clarification, it takes place in both formal and informal settings, like workshops or hearings. Now, the rate case plan decision 2001-002 also said, let's see how we can apply the master data request format to the ramp or to anything else. I'm thinking specifically the risk spending accountability report. So this next segment will deal with the master data request guideline. And returning to the first prompt, there have been issues regarding mitigation risk scores in ramps for attrition years. And conversations with Safety Policy Division have indicated that this issue pertains to the development of a future risk mitigation accountability report. Some of the issue is not necessarily the attrition years themselves, but mitigation risk scores that are comparable between ramps. And hopefully at some point during the conversation here, we'll be able to shore up whether or not this is possible or desirable, or whether there's even any consensus over this point. Galila, we can move forward one. So with that, we'll bring up Jamie and Chris. I just want to point out that we do have 30 minutes left in the workshop, and that should be enough time for both a presentation and a discussion. And as I was saying earlier, I would like to have someone from Safety Policy Division, specifically Chris Haynes, clarify a little bit when we get to that point.
Kevin, did you want me to start, or did you want SPD to weigh in?
Well, I think we should wait until after you've presented, because you may actually address some of it in your presentation.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll go with you.
All right. So we wanted to first start out by saying that SoCalGas and SDG&E believe that there's different ways to determine post-test year revenue requirements. And it is the intent of RAMP to inform general rate cases in general. So for SoCalGas and SDG&E, for the most part, we use a mechanism to determine our post-test year revenue requirement that's escalation-based. So we don't provide any cost estimates in our general rate case beyond our test year. And so the proposal to include, or require rather, post-test year RAMP cost estimates for us is not as applicable, because simply that's just not how we present post-test year in our general rate case. Like I said, we use an escalation-based mechanism. And so it's our position that each IOU, it's up to them to support their attrition proposals. If a utility sees that they want to use program forecast, that's their prerogative. For us, because it's escalation-based, we don't provide program details, let alone RAMP details. How that's done for our utilities is really through the imputing authorized through the accountability reporting, both on the funding and work units. And we continue to favor that kind of post-test year mechanism.
Can I go ahead, Jamie?
Yeah, Chris, why don't you go ahead?
Yep, thank you. And all right, so for this slide, as Jamie indicated, there is a certain difference here amongst the utilities where in the last couple of general rate cases, SCE has proposed that rather than a simple formula-based attrition mechanism, that the attrition years actually be funding be determined through actually looking at the projects, the work, the efforts that SCE needs to actually do in those years. And SCE, has provided such information in its rate case showings. I believe that PG&E similarly has sought to try to have a more project and effort-based showing for the attrition years for determining what funding should be, as opposed to a simple formula-based attrition year escalation factor. And so we are still more than a year away from our RAMP showing, our next RAMP showing. SCE will be submitting it in May of 2022. But we currently anticipate that we will be providing both test year and post-test year cost estimates in the GRC and in our RAMP whenever it's feasible for purposes of the RAMP. And really, to Jamie's point, from the perspective of the utilities that want to have a more detailed showing in the attrition years, then for SCE and I think PG&E, the post-test year cost estimates and RAMP would be of limited usefulness unless there is a post-test year funding authorization in the GRC that also uses cost estimates based on the actual work rather than a simple formula attrition year mechanism. Also, again, we're a ways out from our ramp, but we do intend to continue to provide a reconciliation and a variance explanation if our cost estimates have changed for the attrition years in the time between filing the ramp and the time of filing our GRC application. May I have the next slide, please? And I just want to quickly go over the question about the master data request for ramp. And the IOU spent some time on this. We had discussions both internally within IOUs and multiple discussions amongst the IOUs, large, team meetings where the IOUs got on the screen and talked this over. And ultimately, we feel that after careful consideration, it appears that right now, an actual MDR for ramp may not be the most warranted of ideas in terms of the benefits it would provide. And it's fair to say that utility IOUs generally remain somewhat consistent between cases. That is, a given utilities showing does say somewhat consistent. However, as the Commission has said, going back to its early decisions, it expects the ramp field to be an evolving one, a changing one. And so the ramp filings and the nature of the showings are likely to continue to evolve and be somewhat unique from each other, because each utility is hopefully getting a little bit better than the prior ramp showing as we all progress through and continue to evolve. Not just getting better than its own previous showing, but maybe making advances from the other utilities' most recent showing. And in addition, the subsequent ramp to GRC integration may be somewhat different, again, because of unique factors for the utilities. So that standardization of an MDR may be really challenging there so that it's actually getting the information that is useful for the parties and stakeholders' inquiry into that particular utility's showing ramp and GRC. And it's also worth noting that we want to make sure that MDRs for ramp would not just be duplicative of information that would just be provided in the GRC at the time that the reasonableness determination occurs. We'd also note that the utility ramps are already a rather detailed process, and we appreciate the burdens on the parties of reviewing these lengthy showings with work papers and extended chapters, lots and lots of information. And we think, given how detailed the showings is, that ultimately here the key point is it's most efficient and productive for all of the stakeholders if the parties first review the showing, see what it contains, and see what it doesn't contain, and then issue data requests. Because otherwise, the utility may be spending its time answering, and parties may be spending their time reviewing data request responses when the responsive material is already clearly shown in the actual ramp showing. So that the idea is not to ask a bunch of questions in advance, but to, in fact, first, stakeholders have a chance to review the showing, perhaps even, attend the post-ramp filing workshops and the walkthroughs of it. And then the data requests can be targeted and utilized in the areas where there is something that is not found in the ramp showing, as opposed to duplicating something that is already found in the ramp showing. As was touched on earlier, I think by Kevin, the process that really has been favored by stakeholders and agreed to by the Commission in rulings and scoping memos is doing multiple workshops after the ramp is actually filed. And during these walkthrough type workshops, a lot is clarified, a lot of exchanges happen, a lot of good questions are asked, and hopefully good answers are given. And that has seemed to work really well in the last couple of ramp proceedings by utilities. I want to close, though, by saying that we are very open to discussions on how to improve in this area, and if there are ways we can make our ramp showing more reader accessible, we would be welcoming of such a discussion. We'd welcome the chance, if parties want, to do additional walkthroughs to discuss and explain the ramp filing overall or in any particular detailed area of it. And we would still welcome discussion if parties feel like some sort of targeted MDR, some sort of core of questions, really is something that, despite all of the factors that I've outlined, it would still be very useful for stakeholders. We would welcome such a discussion. That concludes my portion of these slides right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. So we're on the slide that says intervener comments, and like clockwork, Katie shows up. I just want to point out that there are other interveners, and we would love to hear their input. If it's not possible, there will be a comment period afterwards as well. So, Katie, please let us know what your thoughts are.
It's our perspective that the RSE should be limited to the test year, and we would argue generally that we think a test year plus attrition process is the most efficient use of ratepayer resources, stakeholder and intervener resources throughout the GRC review process. This is an issue that we've repeatedly addressed in the context of SCE, including in the current GRC where the issue is outstanding. And the Commission has in the past repeatedly said that using a test year plus attrition is better because it is a less resource-intensive way of looking at things. And for that reason, we think it's sufficient just to have the RSE for the test year. Thank you.
Katie, if you wouldn't mind staying on the screen, and Jamie and Chris, I'd love to see your faces too. Of course, if a PG&E representative or an ORA person wanted to come on as well. Specifically, I wanted to ask about the risk mitigation accountability report. One thing that was brought up in the course of making this proposal, thank you, Steve, was the idea that if you wanted to compare mitigations between ramps, how easy would that be? Specifically, and Steve will have to explain the problem here, what about attrition years that haven't happened yet in the course of a ramp that is currently open? How do you compare risk scores between those? And I think Steve I would like Steve to clarify that because it was a little hard for me to even understand the first time.
You have stated my concern very succinctly and correctly, Kevin. But at the same time, I also want to caution that I have not completely thought through this process because we don't have a template on the RMR yet. This is a process that we need to go through with the utilities to work out a template that we can all use. And so it was my original concern, and it still continues to be my original concern as to how exactly to compare the RMR, compare the risk mitigation from one GRC cycle to the previous one. But I have not completely thought through the process yet. So this may very well involve a workshop or at the very least a technical working group discussion to hash out the exact technical details as to what is it required to be compared. So I would like to sort of keep this on hold for now.
Well, I would like to hear some thoughts on mitigation comparisons between ramps for a potential risk mitigation accountability report. It's great to have all of you here for that discussion, especially since this is, we're talking about costs in an attrition year setting, and this is a general rate case discussion. So it would be helpful to have that.
Okay. Let's see. Is SEMPRA the next one? Jamie, is it your understanding that SEMPRA will be filing its RMR in June or September?
Well, Steve, I don't know if there's specific requirements. I was under the impression that the RMR, or I guess that's what we're going to call it, the timeline hasn't necessarily been established, given that we haven't had the discussions about templates and like kind of thought through the details of it. But I did want to comment on Kevin's prompt. For the most part, I was under the impression that the risk mitigation accountability reporting wouldn't be comparing and contrasting RSEs from one cycle to another, but rather would be actual, like authorized RSEs to actual RSEs, similar to how accountability report, the spending report works, actual to authorized. I thought it was going to be RSE authorized to RSE actual. Is that not a fair assumption?
Jamie, can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
When you say RSE authorized, do you mean RSE that was supporting the authorized budget amount? So, I guess I would say RSE calculated in advance, forecast RSE versus actual. Would that be a similar?
Well, it's an interesting thought, Katie. I don't know how the RSE authorized would evolve as we go through rate cases. As I mentioned, our last rate case, we didn't present RSEs. This one time we are intending to do that. I think PG, and not to speak for PG&E, but it's my understanding that PG&E will be doing that in their June filing. And so I think it'll be up for discussion. If we present RSEs, will the commission authorize RSEs, or Katie, as you're indicating, it would be more of an imputed almost, right, to support, right. I think we need to think through it a little bit.
And taking it a step further, and you might want to correct me on this, but if you're comparing authorized to actual, then whatever the R-bar is for that year, you have actuals for that year. And so then you have an RSC being calculated for a year, be it a test year or an attrition year, and you'd be compared to a test year value. So somehow you'd have to generate RSCs for an attrition year. Am I wrong?
No, that's exactly right. I think we would do it the same way we do cost now. I think we all have, and Chris and Ken maybe jump in, but I think we all have escalation-based attrition now that we impute for purposes of risk spending accountability reporting. My thought was we would do the same thing for if the commission did not authorize specific values.
If I want to jump in, I want to jump in to inject my thoughts into this. The cost component would be fairly straightforward. You would just use the escalation calculations. But I would expect that the risk, the numerator, would be where the problem would creep in, because we from GRC cycle to GRC cycle, maybe even from RAM to RAM, and even from year to year, we have different requirements for how the MAVF should be calculated. So you would have to go back to the previous GRC, and whether or not you're able to even do that, that's a huge question. And that's something that will need to be worked out through a wider discussion in the technical working groups. And I don't have the answer to this right now.
And that's another question. If are you going to be comparing RSEs from one ramp against the other? You'd have to go and reopen that previous ramp to find out about the mitigation for this attrition year, right?
Well, the way the RMAR is defined, RMAR is defined, it's the actual versus previous authorized. So whether or not we're talking about the attrition year or versus the test year, that's a separate issue. But we still need to look at the actual historical versus actual authorized. And somehow we need to use the same risk calculation methodology, same MAVF. And that conversation has not been totally vetted through. We hadn't even begun with the conversation, in fact. So unless we have the same MAVF, we would be comparing apples and oranges. So that's a conversation we need to work out.
Thanks, Steve. Jamie, I see that you're raising your hand. Kathy, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to note that the decision that was cited earlier, D19, I think 04020, did suspend requirements for the utilities to submit to RMARS. And one reason for that was that the previous technical working group did not come up with a proposal. And I believe that a format or possibly reviewing that RMAR requirement was scoped into phase 2 of the current proceeding. So it's interesting to hear this discussion. I just wanted to provide that context. It sounds like it's going to be a complex discussion when we get into it more in the weeds.
Okay, Jamie.
So I think the Semper utilities have concerns with comparing one GRC cycle's authorized to a new cycle. I wanted to kind of piggyback on something Chris said earlier. You know, we recognize that things come up during the attrition years, and we prioritize funding in order to deal with those immediate needs. And so part of the concerns I have about kind of taking authorized at its face value without the discussion of kind of current thinking is that you might be lowering one risk based on authorized when in actuality we reprioritized funding. So I just wanted to put that out there that we have some concerns about comparing GRC cycles.
Well, this is a really involved discussion. I appreciate all the talks, all of the things that people are saying, and I actually want to continue talking about it, but we're getting close to time. I noticed that Katie is on, and I know that Chris has been in and out. I wanted to point out that no one has said much. Katie, Chris, or any of the other interveners have said anything about the MDR. I'm under the impression that silence is a sense. But Katie, I just wanted to give you a moment to respond.
I think we don't have to.
Okay.
Kevin, may I just mention something on that? So we would not be in a position to suggest what would be in the MDR or not. However, I did want to point out that the filings that I'm most familiar with, there was a discussion about there's a lot of data that's in there already. I would say that there's a lot of data that's in there. I was just looking on my drive. I mean, I have I think on the order of a gigabyte from one of the ramps. And I know that in the process of the follow-up meeting groups on the ramp, that there's a lot that can come out of a data request because it's framed with a very specific purpose rather than try to figure out what's in the data of all the gigabyte, that's in there to understand what the answer is. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that aspect of it. But in terms of proposing something that would be part of an MDR at this point in time, wouldn't have anything to talk about.
Okay. It's great that I have that we've kind of made all the. I think the workshop's gone really well in terms of the agenda. There are things that I personally wanted to hear more about, but the good news is, and I think Galila brought up the slide, but it's occluded. But the good part is that we have next steps that we can follow through on. And so that's where we are in the course of this workshop with 7 minutes left. So let's go over those. First of all, 2001-002, the rate case plan decision from last year, says that we should have a report written within 30 days. Now, Jamie's organization has volunteered to organize that. There should be notes and comments and a draft circulated, and the final report, I think, has to be sent to the directors of SPD and Energy Division and published to the CPUC website. This has not been a problem for previous rate case plan workshops, so I'm under the impression that we're going to be able to do this flawlessly. Next, we have working groups. And sorry, Galila, I still want to look at this. Thanks. Next, there are working groups. And the scope for the SMAP indicates how that should take place on page 10. The working groups should play the role of discussing different parts of each report, each part of the report. And it should identify majority or minority views, and specifically, importantly, make recommendations. I have received a lot of staff feedback on how this process should play out. So obviously I have, and my co's on this panel, we have our work cut out for us on how to make recommendations to the proceeding. Obviously, there are several routes, one of which would be a joint proposal, another would be a staff proposal, and then finally there could be the possibility of each party submitting their own proposal to the record. So the working group should probably aim towards this. Now, we could atomize the scope and break it into parts so that we could have a staff proposal for one item, a joint proposal for another, and individual proposals for the rest. That's up to the working group to decide, and those will probably start on a similar time frame as the other tracks in the SMAP have been playing out. So we can kind of take a rest for now while we wait for Jamie's organization to provide us with our first steps. And I think we should move on to the next slide to discuss that. This is the timeline. Galila, if we could, thank you. So here's the timeline. The final report would come out March 11th, and we would have a draft and informal comments in the interim. So this is kind of what we're looking at over the next month, and then obviously working groups would take place after that on a similar timeline to the other tracks in the scope for the SMAP. And with that, we have about 3 minutes left for comments, questions, or requests. So please, we'll just leave the workshop open for the next 3 or 4 minutes to just let anyone have a shot at it. And but I want to thank everyone for participating. This is the first workshop I've organized. I've organized some informal groups, but nothing this big. So I definitely want to thank Robert Stanford for the help. Shayla Funk has put a huge amount of effort while also running all of the other tracks. Alex Pineda has been my partner throughout all of this, and Jordan's also been a lot of support here. Thank you, Marty Kurtovich. And there's also my supervisor, Jordan's supervisor, Franz, and Beth, and then finally Ben and Ayat over in SPD have been extremely helpful. And if Simi is still on here, please thank the commissioner for showing up. And most of all, ALJ Fogel, thank you for putting this together for us. I think this has clarified a lot.
I have a question. This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities.
Hi, Melinda.
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
So on the schedule for the getting the report done, when is it that we can contribute our ideas, if we haven't spoken up today, to be incorporated into the report?
I have the schedule up now. So a report would be drafted by the 25th of February, and on March 4th would be informal comments. And then a final report would be drafted.
Yes, I did read the slide, but so the informal comments is more of is when we actually contribute to the report. Is that what you're suggesting? Because I was thinking, yes. I was expecting it to be more, we provide comments and then the draft report is written. I don't have a problem with more comments after that, but it's definitely, the draft report is definitely not going to include some of the things that have occurred to me that I didn't have time to bring up or that I wanted to think through.
Absolutely, Melinda, and that's why there's informal comments. You would supply those to the report writers, and then from there they would be included in the report. The other thing is the final report comments. I'm assuming, because we have a final report, but I'm assuming that the final report comments would be added as well. I hope this is enough. We will have working group discussions as well, Melinda, if this is at all helpful.
And when is that happening?
As soon as the report is filed, then we'll start scheduling them.
After the report. Okay.
Yes,
I'm more focused on before the report.
Yes, I understand that. The informal comments would be the place where you would be filing or providing your input.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
May I ask, where do we send our informal comments to?
Oh, absolutely. Jamie's here on the screen. Jamie, I'm assuming that it would be sent to you. Is that correct?
That's right. Yep. And then
just to add to that, Kevin, you should be receiving it too.
Yeah. Okay.
Energy division and safety policy division. Whoever is on this team. Yeah.
That would be Shayla Funk.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion for the informal comments, Kevin? When they're submitted to Jamie and the Sempra team, can they also be served on the service list? I think it's helpful for transparency if parties see what other parties are saying in these, although informal, they are written comments being provided for input or influence on the draft report. So I think that would be helpful, and certainly SCE would intend to. If we submit informal comments, we would serve it on the service list.
Let me just clarify, Chris. What I'm hearing from you is if a party sends informal comments to either myself, Shayla at SPD, or to Jamie, they should be recirculated to the other people on that committee and also the service list. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. Because
so that there's some visibility, just so that there's some visibility on what different parties are saying.
That's understandable. And then because it happens quite often that informal comments to a process like this are actually just sent to the service list from the beginning. So that's why I wanted some clarification.
Sure.
And then, Kevin, I wanted some clarification too. The final report comments, are those to be filed with the docket office? And because I know that unlike the other rate case plan proceedings, this isn't. It's being consolidated with an open proceeding. Is that the preferred way to do this?
Yeah, that's something for ALJ Fogel to let us know about. For the rate case plan, and Galila is here that can support me. For the rate case plan, that's just submitted to the division heads.
Yeah. After you send it, then we'll be able to post it at the CPUC website. So
and that's not much different from the accountability reports either. So.
Yeah, we haven't used the docket for the prior rate case plan workshops. Yeah.
I would say, Jamie, that it should go in the docket.
Kevin, just to go ahead.
Melinda?
No, go ahead, Chris. You were probably going to ask the same thing I was. Go ahead.
Well, we'll see. If we are going to send informal comments and then to the service list, and I think I'm not quite clear who's on each team, maybe we would, if we send it to the service list, one set of informal comments, that would cover everyone. Is that correct? Would that be what we should, if we just send it to the service list and we've got everyone covered that we need to send it to?
Yeah. If you send in informal comments, I would urge you to send it to the service list per Chris's suggestion. But if it doesn't get sent to the service list, then I think staff will probably just do it anyway.
Thanks.
So with that, I just got a message from IT saying thanks to everybody. So I kind of feel like maybe they checked out. So with that, I would say that that's the end of our discussion. And if there's anything else, please feel free to send a message to me. I'm sure that you ended up on this call from my notifications, so you probably have my email address. I think that this slide deck also has information at the end. So I'll just leave this up for now. And again, thank you so much for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you.